messages, did you pull them over as written? And did that include pulling over the date stamp and the corresponding information? And Your Honor, I do not have this marked as an exhibit. I've showed it to defense counsel previously. I was going to show Ms. Heidemann portions of what I would purport to be part of her report to allow her to look at them.
Okay.
And if we want counsel to look first, that's fine as well.
Yeah, let's have the defense review that, and this would be to refresh the witness's recollection. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor. Well, in part. If I may have the witness shown those. Ms. Heidemann, do you recognize those 2 pages?
Yes, I do.
Do those in fact appear to be a portion of a report written by you?
Yes, they are.
And Your Honor, these portions, well, actually, I will clarify, were these pulled from either the Lolly Time or the Lori for Style at iCloud?
I believe these are from the Lolly Time.
And Your Honor, we have previously stipulated to admit the contents of the Lolly Time iCloud account. And based on that, my intent was to simply have Ms. Heidemann read a few excerpts from these messages.
Any objection to proceeding in that manner, Mr. Pryor?
No objection, Judge.
Okay, the witness may do so.
And Ms. Heidemann, looking at the first page there, that bottom text, can you indicate the date and time on that text?
August 9th, 2019 at 9:29:47 p.m. UTC -6.
And who was the message sent from?
It's actually from a 515 number attributed to Chad.
And who was it going to?
Lori.
And can you read just the last 2 sentences starting with "he kissed"?
He kissed her deeply as their breathing slowed. They entwined their bodies and held each other tightly before soon beginning another powerful round of pleasurable bonding.
And then if you turn to that next page, can you indicate the date and time that first message was sent?
And it's on August 9th, 2019 at 9:36:03 p.m. in UTC -6 time.
And can you tell who it is being sent from and who it is being sent to?
This one is from Lori to Chad.
And could you read it into the record, including the emojis, please?
That is pretty incredible. Fire emoji, fire emoji, fire emoji, fire emoji, fire emoji. The fire is definitely burning. The memories. Heart, heart, heart. I miss you way too much. You have to stop or I might explode.
And then can you indicate the date and time on the next message?
August 9th, 2019 at 9:38:27 p.m. UTC -6.
And who did the message appear to be sent from and to whom was it going?
Again, from Lori to Chad.
And could you read the content into the record?
The intensity of each encounter in my mind, one greater than the last. Oh my, fire emoji, fire emoji. Especially this last one. I've never loved you more, heart. It just keeps growing. Kiss emoji.
And then that next one, if you could indicate the date and time?
August 9th, 2019 at 9:39:54 p.m. in UTC -6 time.
And who did it appear to be being sent from and to whom was it going?
From Chad to Lori.
And could you please read it into the record?
I completely agree. We were definitely in new territory in your bedroom.
And then the following message?
At this one's
Date,
on,
sorry.
Yeah, it's okay. On August 10th, 2019 at 4:38:08 p.m. in UTC -6 time.
And who did it appear to be going from and who was it being sent to?
From Chad to Lori.
Can you read it into the record?
Elena's magic hand has gripped the storm, and they stare into each other's eyes, barely able to breathe as intense waves wash over them.
And through the investigation, did you learn what storm was a name for?
It appeared to be a name for Chad's penis.
And then the next message there, can you indicate the date and time?
August 10th, 2019, 4:38:45 PM in UTC -6 time.
And who was it being sent from and to whom?
From Lori to Chad?
And could you read it into the record?
Yes, she did.
And did those appear to be a continual text thread?
They did. They were chronological. It looks like there was probably a half a day or so difference.
And then if you skip down to line 1033,
Okay.
if you could read the date and time into the record.
33. August 10th, 2019, 4:54:31 PM in UTC -6 time.
And who did it appear to be being sent from and to whom was it being sent to?
From Chad to Lori.
And could you read it into the record?
I love you, Elena. What a wonderful chemistry we share.
And then if you could read the next one, if you could indicate the date and time into the record.
August 10th, 2019, 4:55:17 PM in UTC -6 time.
And if you could indicate who it was believed the message was being sent from and to whom it was being sent.
From Lori to Chad.
And could you read the content into the record?
I love you more. That's so hot. I just need you more than ever. Heart, heart.
And then the last line there, if you could indicate the date and time into the record.
August 10th, 2019 at 4:58:02 PM in UTC -6 time.
And who did it appear to be going from and to whom was it being sent?
From Chad to Lori.
And could you read the content into the record?
You are amazing. Please save that segment. I want to read it with you naked, then relive it all.
And did those appear to be a text thread?
Yes,
And again, as part of your role in this, were you reading through the James and Elena to determine if it corresponded to real life events?
I did.
And did you in fact determine that there appeared to be some events in James and Elena that corresponded with what was going on with Chad and Lori?
Yes,
And again, in the James and Elena, when Chad and Lori would meet up, were there oftentimes descriptions of physical encounters as well?
yes.
I have just a moment. I have no further questions, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, Ms. Blade.
And I would just indicate Ms. Heidemann still has those few pages. I don't know if council wants her to keep those.
I'll have the bailiff retrieve those, please, and return those to you. Those weren't exhibits, so I'll have them returned to you, Ms. Blake.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Pryor, cross-examination once you're ready.
Start out early. How can I address you? May I also call you Miss Heidemann?
Yeah.
Thank you. Miss Heidemann, as part of the exhibit that the state described as the James and Elena story, were you able to determine whether there were chapter breaks in this story?
In the emails that were sent, it appeared there were chapter 1, chapter 2. I forgot how many chapters exactly there were, but in some of them, yes, and others, no.
Okay, so like if I'm referring to page 9, it says end of chapter 1, and then it starts as chapter 2.
Right.
So can we presume that this was another book that Chad was writing?
I don't know if he intended to publish it.
Okay,
Doesn't.
but obviously referring to something as chapter 1 and then breaking it up and describing chapter 2 as the start of the next series, that would seem to suggest that at least there was an intent to put this in book form, correct?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation.
Sustained.
Is there any indication, any of the emails, that the intent of this was to write a book?
Not that I could tell, no.
Now, as far as the search for the word malachite, you mentioned that Chad looked at that in March of 2018, correct?
Correct,
He didn't know Lori Vallow at that point, correct?
correct.
And then it was Lori Vallow who initially did the searching for the malachite, correct?
I would have to look back at the report to figure out which days.
And
Who
then
was
as far as
first?
the correspondence is concerned, Chad Daybell's, one of those was his response to the Lori Vallow searching for malachite.
I'm sorry, what was the question? Is,
Lori Vallow searched at least did most of the Google searching for the malachite. Would you agree with that?
I don't know about counts.
Okay.
Who did the most searches? I don't know. I'd have to look at my report again.
You talked about the temple records and you provided a long list of temple records. There was a frequent visit by Chad Daybell to the temple, even when he wasn't visiting with Lori Vallow. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
He was a regular attender of the temple.
That's correct.
Okay. Regardless of his uh, infidelity or the affair that was going on, he was still attending the temple, correct?
That's right.
Did you come across any information that on one of the visits to the temple, when Lori and Valor were that Lori and Chad were there, that other people had attended at the same time as Lori and Chad?
It's possible that other people were there. Yes.
People who they knew as part of a group. Did you see anything that suggested that?
I only had the records for Chad and Lori's cards.
You didn't happen to look at Melanie Gibb or anybody else at the same time who possibly could have been there?
I did not have their records. No.
Okay. Actually, that's all I have. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Pryor.
Ms. Heidemann, through your review of records, were both Chad and Lori looking for malachite?
They were.
Were those searches occurring when their spouses were still alive?
Yes.
Did Lori and Chad, in fact, end up married in Hawaii?
They did.
What type of rings did they exchange?
Malachite rings.
Were Melanie Gibbs' kids missing?
No.
I have no further questions.
All right. That will conclude the testimony then of this witness. Witness has been returned after previously testifying. Does the state have any intention of calling the witness at any other time going forward?
No, Your Honor, she may be released.
All right. From the defense, can she also be released? Is there a subpoena, Mr. Pryor?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Well, that'll conclude your testimony. Thank you for appearing and testifying. You may go ahead and step down, and you're no longer subject to the court's exclusionary order. All right, the state can call its next witness.
Judge, at this time, the state would call Dr. Angie Christensen.
All right.
Solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Yeah.
Next, be clear.
Wonderful, thank you.
Mr. Wixom, Mr. Pryor, could I have a very brief sidebar, please? All right, thanks. The court had an inquiry regarding whether or not the exclusionary order would apply to this witness based on her potentially proffering expert testimony. I think at this point it would apply. However, going forward, it may not. So with that in mind, since the witness has been sworn at this time, Dr. Christensen, I will just inquire, have you been watching or viewed any of the testimony that's taken place in this trial since it started?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, have you talked to anyone else about testimony they've provided?
No.
Okay, well then, Mr. Wixom, if you'd like to proceed on direct, you can do so.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ma'am, will you please state your full name for the record?
My name is Angie Christensen, and Angie is spelled A-N-G-I. Christensen is spelled C-H-R-I-S-T-E-N-S-E-N.
And ma'am, your title is doctor, isn't it?
Yes,
Right. And can you explain to the jury, what are you a doctor of?
I have a PhD in the area of anthropology.
And where do you work?
I work at the FBI laboratory in Quantico, Virginia,
How long have you worked there?
since September of 2004, so almost 20 years.
What is your job title and function at Quantico?
I am a forensic anthropologist.
Could you briefly explain to the jury what work does a forensic anthropologist do?
Yes, forensic anthropology is actually a pretty broad field involving the examination and analysis of human skeletal remains or potential human skeletal remains.
And what about your education? Could you tell the jury what your educational background is, please?
Yes, I have a bachelor's degree, a master's degree, and a PhD, all in the area of anthropology.
Where did you receive those degrees?
My bachelor's degree I received from the University of Washington in Seattle, and my master's and PhD were both received from the University of Tennessee in Knoxville.
Prior to the FBI, had you done any work in forensic anthropology?
As a graduate student, I assisted with some forensic anthropology casework, but the FBI laboratory was my primary employment following my PhD.
Do you have any certifications or specializations within your field?
Yes, I'm board certified by the American Board of Forensic Anthropology, as well as the Forensic Anthropology Society of Europe.
And do you likewise, have you published articles in your field?
Yes, I've published a number of peer-reviewed research articles, as well as books and book chapters in the area of forensic anthropology.
And are you acquainted with Dr. Bartelink?
Yes.
How are you acquainted with him?
The field of forensic anthropology is relatively small. There are maybe 100 to 150 board certified practitioners. So my work overlaps with Dr. Bartelink frequently. We're also co-authors on one of the books that I previously mentioned.
Do you consider him a colleague?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury what role, if any, does a forensic anthropologist play in terms of supporting or helping an ME or a pathologist?
So forensic anthropology is a complementary but different examination than forensic pathology. Forensic anthropologists specialize in the analysis of skeletal remains. So often a forensic anthropology examination and report will be a supplement to an autopsy report performed by a pathologist.
And when you do work as a forensic anthropologist and you review skeletal remains, can you briefly explain to the jury what kind of a process does that involve for you?
It depends on the nature of the skeletal remains and what types of questions are being asked. But generally speaking, the skeleton can be analyzed visually, microscopically, using x-rays, by taking measurements. And this is typically done to either aid in the process of identifying to whom the skeletal remains might belong or looking for any evidence of trauma that may have affected the skeleton.
Before we go to the focus of this case, I'd like to invite you to explain to the jury some terms that you use in your field. Can we start with thermally altered? What does that mean?
Thermally altered means that the bones have been damaged by some sort of heat or fire.
And what types of things do you look for to determine or identify thermal alteration?
Thermal alteration is evidenced on bones by the bone being discolored. So bone is naturally sort of a creamy white or yellow color. And when heat is applied, it will turn black and brown and eventually white. Burning also causes bones to become very fragile, so they often fragment or fracture very easily.
And with that, can you explain to the jury the term biomechanically fresh state?
Biomechanically fresh refers to a condition of bones that's similar to or in life, where
You think of bones as being a very brittle material, but in fact, in life, they're somewhat flexible. Bones have a little bit of bend. So a biomechanically fresh bone still has that bending sort of quality. A bone that is much older, that's become very brittle, will fracture in a different way. Imagine, for example, a fresh twig versus a dry branch. So that fresh twig, if you try to bend it and break it, it's got a little bit of bend and give and doesn't break the same way as that dry stick if you try to bend it and break it. So bone that's biomechanically fresh still has some of that bendable quality.
And what about the term sharp trauma? How does that apply to your work?
Sharp trauma refers to a force applied to a bone from an external source by something that is with a very small surface area, typically a sharp or beveled edge.
And perhaps you've already included this, but if not, could you explain more? If you identify a bone that's been hinged or bent, what does that mean?
A hinged or bent bone means that the trauma occurred when that bone was still in that biomechanically fresh state, so had that bending quality.
What does that, how does that factor into an analysis? For example, if you identify a bone that you believe to have been hinged or bent, what does that tell you as an anthropologist?
It tells me that the trauma was imparted when that bone was still in that fresh state, so may have been at or around the time of death. But bone can still retain those biomechanically fresh properties into the postmortem period. So I can't say for certain when that trauma happened with respect to the death event, but when the bone was still in a biomechanically fresh state.
And perhaps you've done this, but can you explain to the jury the term perimortem? What does that mean?
Perimortem means at or around the time of death. But as I mentioned, this is used a bit differently in anthropological contexts compared to the way a pathologist or medical examiner might use it, because I'm only looking at the skeletal tissues, not any of the surrounding soft tissues. So determining when trauma occurred to a bone, I can only look at how the bone reacted to that force. So perimortem refers to it occurring in that biomechanically fresh state, but that could have happened shortly before the death event, at the time of the death event, or sometime after.
And the term postmortem, can you distinguish perimortem from postmortem and the factors you look at to make the distinction?
Yes, so postmortem refers to occurring after the death event. And anthropologically speaking, postmortem trauma would be evidenced by bone having that more brittle quality, like that dry stick. It's going to fracture differently because the bone has become dried.
And in your work at the FBI, do you recall receiving a referral from the Ada County, Idaho coroner's office?
Yes,
And did that referral include remains from Tylee Ryan?
yes,
And it did, in fact, you do an analysis of Tylee's remains?
yes, I did.
Before we go into the details, can you just explain to the jury what types of things did you do to perform your analysis on her remains overall?
Overall, I examined these remains visually, microscopically, by taking measurements, and by using x-rays.
Your Honor, at this time, I have what has been previously marked as States Exhibit 181, as well as States Exhibit 182. A copy has been provided to the defense, and I have two for the court. One is a courtesy, one as the actual proposed exhibit I'd like to offer up. They are stipulated to be admitted, Your Honor.
Okay.
And perhaps I'll clarify, Judge, 181A through I are documented photographs of Tylee's remains, and 182 are just a couple of demonstrative exhibits of a human skeleton, for the record.
All right. Not to interrupt things again, Mr. Wixon, but I want a quick sidebar if I could and look at these.
Certainly. indicate with your pointer to the jury which bone specifically we're looking at.
Yes, so it's the left innominate or hip bone, which is this bone right here.
Actually. Ma'am, did you make any type of determination as to what kind of force that may have created these different sharp alterations?
At this point, there hasn't been sufficient foundation to support that kind of conclusion.
Sustained.
Ma'am, when you identify sharp trauma in bones, what different types of trauma can occur?
Trauma to bones is typically categorized as one of several general categories of force. Typically either blunt force, which is a force imparted by an object moving at a relatively slow speed with a relatively large surface area. High velocity projectile trauma is a result of force that occurred over a relatively small surface area from something moving at a high rate of speed. Sharp trauma refers to trauma that was imparted to bones by something with a pointed or beveled edge. And thermal, sometimes called trauma, usually called alteration, which we've discussed, results in fracturing and discoloration of the bone.
In your analysis of Tylee's remains, were you able to identify what you believe to be either blunt or sharp trauma?
I identified numerous sharp traumas.
Are either of those depicted in this photograph here?
Yes, 5 of them are depicted in this photograph.
Could you identify with each 1 through 5 what you believe to be either blunt or sharp trauma?
All of them indicated here are sharp trauma.
Okay, thank you. For the record, ma'am, I placed states 181D on the screen. Can you explain to the jury what did you document in that photo?
These are not photos, but these are images of a CT scan of the same bone that was shown in the previous photographs. And a CT scan is simply a bunch of X-rays that are stacked together to make a 3-dimensional image. So in this case, what I was looking at during my examination was a 3-dimensional file that I can rotate and manipulate. And what you're seeing here are 2-dimensional screen captures of that 3D file.
Okay. And can you indicate exactly what it was you were documenting in the photo?
In this,
Or by CT scan, sorry.
yes, in this CT scan, again, I'm documenting the condition of the remains during my examination, including the assessment of the sharp traumas.
And could you explain some of the marks that we see with your laser pointer?
I don't have them annotated here as I did with on the numbering as in the photographs, but some of those sharp traumas can be seen, for example, here, 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 one here, and here.
And is this the left or the right side of the bone, the pelvic bone?
This is the left side.
Anything else that you believe this documents?
No.
For the record, I'm going to place on the screen states 181E. Do you explain to the jury what that photograph documents?
These photographs document detail or close-up views of the same sharp traumas depicted in the previous 2 images. So in this case, I do have them annotated so that they can be correlated to the overall picture of the bone. It also documents in these close-up views some of that bending or hinging of the bone that tells me it occurred when the bone was in that biomechanically fresh state.
So when you indicate that these photos illustrate that it was the bone was in a biomechanically fresh state. Is it correct that you still can't be certain whether it was postmortem versus perimortem? Is that correct?
Yes, so we classify that as perimortem trauma, being in a biomechanically fresh state, but I can't say for certain that that didn't occur sometime after the death event when the body was still biomechanically fresh.
So it is consistent with both perimortem and postmortem. Is that correct?
Yes.
One moment, please. As you consider the different trauma versus thermal images and other things that you found in your analysis, particularly to this sharp trauma, is this anything that could have occurred naturally or from disease inside the body?
No, sharp traumas are something that is caused by an external force that's imported on the remains, and disease processes have a much different appearance where the bone is responding to that disease.
And in your experience and background, do you have experience identifying potential trauma that is a result of dismemberment?
Judge,
Yes.
I'm going to object at this point. It's becoming leading.
Overruled.
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question for me?
In your background, do you have experience in identifying injury to a bone that could occur from dismemberment?
Yes.
What do you look for to determine signs of dismemberment?
Typically, dismemberment will occur in that what we call perimortem, but typically shortly into the postmortem period, and usually occurs around the joints. Because typically the purpose of dismemberment is to break the body into smaller portions or remove portions that might be easily identifiable.
So in fairness, in your evaluation of Tylee's bones, did you determine any of these alterations to be consistent with dismemberment?
No,
And why not?
because they all occur around the pelvic region, which isn't a region that you would typically see sharp traumas if somebody were trying to dismember the body.
And in these particular areas where there is sharp trauma, did you find any indication of thermal damage?
Not in the direct area. So there are some portions of the hip bones that have some thermal alteration, but all of the areas with these sharp traumas are unburned.
Do you recall as you sit there approximately how many bones of Tylee's were included in the remains that were sent to you to evaluate?
I don't remember exactly. I think in this case, more than 100 bones were submitted, but some of these bones were so broken and thermally damaged that I wasn't able to conclude that they were definitively human in origin. I'm not sure of the exact number that could be identified to Tylee.
Can you explain to the jury why is it that some bones would have been more thermally damaged than others?
When a body is burned, there tends to be a pattern that's typical of which areas are damaged first. And basically, it's just areas that have less soft tissue and other covering, protecting the remains tend to be burned first. So, for example, the top of the head, the fronts of the knees, the elbows, these areas have very little soft tissue protection. So, if exposed to fire, they will burn first. Areas of the body that tend to burn last are those that are better protected by other muscle and tissues. For example, the thorax, including the pelvic region.
And ma'am, on this particular exhibit, if you'll note for the top, do you see the notation of item 16?
Yes.
Okay, what is that referencing?
That references the fact that when evidence is received by my laboratory, every item of evidence is given an item number. In this case, that bone happens to be designated item 16.
And in item 16, if I'm correct, that is primarily documentation of sharp trauma, correct?
Yes.
So this, I think you've indicated there's some thermal damage in this bone.
Yes, I believe there was some thermal alteration to the top part of the hip bone.
Thank you. I've now placed on the screen what's been marked as State's Exhibit 182F. Can you explain to the jury what is this a photo of?
These are photos documenting the right hip bone or innominate, which is designated item 19.
And I notice approximately 6 notations in this photo.
Yes, these I've designated the sharp traumas that I identified as 1 through 6.
First of all, can you indicate for the jury, sorry, on the bottom there, do you see a notation of item 19?
Yes.
And what does that number represent?
Again, that's just a number that was designated to represent this item of evidence at my laboratory.
And so that's an FBI indicated number. Is that fair?
Yes.
Would you just briefly, with your pointer, go through numbers 1 through 6 and just explain to the jury what you're documenting here, please?
Again, my photographs are documenting the condition of the remains as I receive them, as well as, in this case, a number of the sharp alterations. You see here depicted numbers 1, 3, 4, 5, and 6. I believe number 2 is shown in another photograph, but just isn't visible from this view.
Maybe just what do we see in item number 1?
In the item 19 trauma number 1.
Yeah, as you've got noted, are those annotations that you made on the photograph, 1 through
Yes.
6?
So I took these photographs and then I annotated it with these labeled numbers, just to be able to clarify where the traumas were and to keep them consistent across photographs.
And what kind of trauma is number 1?
Number 1 is sharp trauma. It's a bit difficult to see with the glare, but it's there at the end of the arrow.
And you indicated that number 2 is not seen in these photos. Is that right?
That's correct.
And what is number 3? What type of trauma?
Numbers 3, 4, 5, and 6 are all sharp traumas.
Does this photo also depict any thermal damage?
Yes, I think it's a bit difficult to see in this picture, but the innominates had some discoloration consistent with exposure to fire or heat on the top of the hip bone.
And I don't recall if you said or if I asked, but which particular bone is this in the body?
This is the right innominate or hip bone.
And again, going to 182A, will you just point that out for the jury, please?
Yes, so that's this bone right here, the right side of the hip.
And is that the front side of the hip or the back side?
This picture is depicting the front of the body.
Let me ask a better question. Is your photo a depiction of the front or the back?
The neither. This one is basically from the inside or the medial side, and this one from the lateral or the outside.
Okay, thanks. For the record, I've now put up 181G. Can you please tell the jury what you were trying to document in that photo?
In this exhibit, the top photo is, one of the sharp traumas depicted in the previous pictures, sharp trauma number 6. And this one also documents that hinging or bending of the bone that lets me know that the bone was at a biomechanically fresh state. The images on the bottom are not photographs, but again, these are those 2-dimensional captures of the 3-dimensional CT scan that I created.
And help us understand, what is it that you're capturing with CT scan that you don't from the photo? Why do you do that CT scan?
It doesn't always provide additional information from the photo. Sometimes it allows me to see internal structures that aren't visible with the unaided eye. In this case, it helps me to make a 3-dimensional model that I can refer to at a later time, that I can incorporate into my notes, and that I can use to document the condition of the remains in addition to supplement to photographs.
Okay. And if I could see correctly in the CT scan, there are approximately 5 notations, 5 numeric notations.
They denote 6 of the sharp traumas, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6.
For the record, I'm placing up. Actually, let me go back. I'm sorry. On 181G that we just had up, I just put back up there. What is the internal FBI item number on the bottom?
That is item number 19.
Now I'm placing 181H on the screen. And let's start with what's the FBI item number on this exhibit?
This was designated item 17.
What is item 17?
Item 17 consists of the sacrum, or it's the bottom of the spine between the two hip bones in the back, as well as 4 of the lumbar vertebrae. And these remain attached by some of the remaining soft tissue and ligaments.
And back overall, when you receive these remains into the FBI, can you briefly explain the process when Quantico intakes a reference item from an outside agency? What's the process?
Yes, so when evidence is received by the FBI laboratory, it's first delivered to our evidence management unit. And in that unit, they inspect the packaging and the evidence to look for any damage. They cross-examine look at the evidence compared to the accompanying letter requesting the examination to make sure that the evidence that they intended to submit was received by the FBI laboratory. The evidence management unit then creates what's called an examination plan. So they determine which units in the laboratory, which disciplines might examine that evidence and in what order. So for example, does it need a DNA examination, fingerprint examination, or anthropology? And they then have the evidence routed to that evidence for examination.
And when remains are received, is it common for tissue to still be remaining on bones?
I wouldn't say common, but it happens sometimes in anthropology cases, yes.
So when in those instances, whether there is tissue, what's the process to either remove it or leave it on? Can you kind of explain that some more, please?
It depends on the nature of the examination and how much tissue is remaining. In this case, I didn't remove that remaining soft tissue because I felt I could see all of the portions of the bone that I wanted to see from my examination. If there's a lot of adhering tissue or soil or other debris that's obstructing my view of the bone surface, I might remove that material as part of my examination. And depending on what that material is and how difficult it is to remove, that might involve just taking a nylon brush to the bones. Sometimes it involves soaking the bones in water to loosen that attached material and then removing it later.
So do you recall in either the bones in this exhibit versus the ones we've already gone through, did you have to do anything to remove tissue from the remains?
I did remove tissue from some of the remains in this case. I believe portions of an ankle and foot had a lot of remaining soft tissue, and those I did remove, but I did not remove any tissue from the items that we have looked at so far.
Perhaps it's obvious, but if in fact the ankle and foot did have more tissue, what, if anything, does that tell you about the burn pattern on the remains? Anything?
I don't recall whether I saw any burning on those parts at this time.
So back to this particular exhibit, in item 17, what does this document?
This is documenting on the top there. You can see this is the condition of the remains as I received them. And the lower pictures are close-up or detailed views of a sharp trauma that I identified, which I marked number 1.
And I'm sorry, I missed that. Which trauma did you identify as number 1?
There was only one on the sacrum, which is here.
And what was the nature of that trauma?
This is a sharp trauma.
Is there anything else that this photo documents?
No.
Okay. Placing on the screen states 181I. Can we start by indicating on the bottom, what item number is that?
This is item number 17, so the same item that was depicted in the previous slide.
Okay. And what is this, an X-ray, a CT scan?
This is an X-ray, so not the 3-dimensional CT scan with X-rays stacked together, just 3 X-rays from different views.
Why in this instance did you use an X-ray instead of a CT scan as opposed to with some of the other exhibits?
In this case, I'd only identified visually the one sharp trauma. So in this case, I was just using the X-rays to see if there were any foreign materials or other traumas that I hadn't seen with the naked eye.
Did you identify anything like that?
I found nothing in addition to the one sharp trauma that I had already identified visually.
So is there anything else that this documents at all?
No.
Now, when you received remains, and particularly in Tylee's case, did you prepare a report?
Yes,
And was that report inclusive of your findings of everything that you analyzed?
yes,
And is that a report that you would then, excuse me, normally, and in fact, in this case, did you refer that back to the referencing medical examiner from Idaho?
yes.
No, may I have just a moment, please, Judge?
You may.
Your Honor, at this time, likewise, I have state's proposed exhibit 422. It is also admitted by stipulation, which for the record is the FBI lab report that I'd like to offer for admission. I've got courtesy for the court, the proposed exhibit, and then a copy for the defense.
All right, the court's considered this, Mr. Pryor, is 420. Is there any objection to the admission of 422?
Judge, it's by stipulation of the parties.
422 is admitted.
May I ask to have that handed to the witness if she doesn't have it?
You just handed it to me. Thank you.
Thank you. Ma'am, what is that?
This is a copy of the laboratory report that I issued in this case.
And does that report include the summary of your findings that you've just testified about?
Yes.
And is that the report that you forwarded to the Idaho ME?
To Ada County Coroner's Office. Yes.
And just the last couple of questions. In your analysis and preparation for your testimony today, did you also receive a report from a Dr. Bartelink,
Yes, I did.
the same doctor we referenced at the beginning?
Yes,
Did you review that report?
I did.
In that report, did you find anything that was
Judge, I'm going to object at this point. There hasn't been sufficient foundation.
Response, Mr. Wixom.
Judge, I simply asked her if she'd been provided that report, and she said she's reviewed it. I suppose we could get the report and get the date, but
All right, the objection's overruled. Go ahead.
so you did in fact review that report?
Yes.
Okay. Did you find anything in Dr. Bartelink's findings that was substantially different than your own findings?
No. And in fact, Dr. Bartling stated in his report that there were no substantive differences between our analyses.
Did anything about what you saw in that report have any influence or change in the way you testified today affect your observations?
No.
Your Honor, at this time, I have no further questions.
All right, thank you, Mr. Wixom. All right, Mr. Pryor, cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Doctor.
Good morning.
You mentioned that you published an article or a book with Dr. Bartelink,
Yes.
and counsel brought this up. Obviously, Dr. Bartelink is the defense expert in this case. Is that right?
To my knowledge, yes, that's what I've been
Well,
advised.
you did read his report, right?
Yes, I
And
did.
his findings,
Yes.
and you find that your findings are consistent with Dr. Bartelink's?
Yes, our examination requests were somewhat different and our report formatting significantly different, but in terms of the substantive content of our analyses of Tylee's remains, there were no substantive differences.
Now, one of the areas I'd like to delve into a little bit is there a specialty within each of your occupations as a forensic anthropologist? Do you have a particular focus that differs from Dr. Bartling's?
Not especially. Most anthropologists, especially those who are board certified, have a core set of knowledge and expertise. A lot of my research has been in the area of skeletal trauma and skeletal imaging.
And are you aware of whether a lot of what Dr. Bartling's focus has been on throughout his career?
Not specifically, no. I'm familiar with some of his work, but I do not have access to his reports or findings.
Okay, and you mentioned that,
I apologize to interrupt, but could I get a spelling on Dr. Bartling's name, please, if you do have it?
I do, Judge, Bartlink,
Thank you.
Dr. Eric Bartling.
Okay.
And to your knowledge, Dr. Bartling has all of the accreditation and all the certifications consistent with what you have as well. Is that right?
I am aware that he is also certified by the American Board of Forensic Anthropology. Yes,
And
absolutely. I'm aware that Dr. Bartlink is certified by the American Board of Forensic Anthropology.
this is not a large group of folks that focus in this particular area, is there?
It's a relatively specialized area. Yes.
And would it be fair to say that you know most of the folks within your specialty and have either interacted with them or consulted with them or worked with them?
Yes. Many or most. Yes.
And again, Dr. Bartlink is one of those which is qualified within your specialty. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
Okay. Now you mentioned the postmortem carnivore marks.
Yes.
Can you tell me where those marks, when those marks were put on the body?
Typically, carnivore scavenging is a postmortem activity.
Okay. And when you say carnivore, we're not limited to wild or domestic, are we? We don't know what kind of animal may have done this, correct?
No, carnivore refers to a meat-eating mammal, and there are a wide variety of them that would scavenge human remains.
And we don't know exactly where the remains were at the time these carnivore marks were placed upon the skeletal remains. Is that right?
No, I do not.
Can you describe to me, just in general, the, if any, parts of the skeletal that were not discovered as part of this examination?
Well, in terms of the discovery, I can't say. I can only speak to what evidence was submitted to me at my laboratory. But there were a number of parts of the skeleton that were missing or absent. Most of those, consistent with the burn pattern that we talked about earlier, where portions of the body are more susceptible to burning and fracture.
But you can't say that those skeletal remains are missing as a result of the burning. They could be missing for a variety of reasons, correct?
I don't know why they're missing. That's correct.
Okay. What you do know is that at least portions of the bones had burn marks on them, correct?
That's correct.
And again, there were also portions of the body where there were no burn marks. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And when you talk about the trauma that was inflicted on the body, you don't know when that was done, correct?
I can tell that it occurred when the bone was in a biomechanically fresh state, but precisely when that happened relative to the death event, no, I cannot.
Okay. Judge, I have nothing else. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Pryor. Any redirect, Mr. Wixom?
Very briefly, Judge.
Very well.
Ma'am, in your testimony with me a few moments ago, you referenced that there was a number of remains and bone fragments that have been sent to you. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Were there among those many bones, some that had been severely damaged thermally?
Yes, there were a number of bones and bone fragments that were so thermally damaged or thermally altered that I was not able to tell whether they were human or not in origin or which part of the human body they might have come from.
And in fact, were there bones that you could severely thermally damage than what we've shown the jury?
Yes, there were other parts of the skeleton that were identifiable as human that weren't pictured here today.
Do you recall as you sit there, what were some of those other bones?
I don't recall. If I might be able to review my case notes, I could tell you, but there were parts of the body that were more thermally altered. More thermally altered.
Thank you. Your Honor, I have no more questions.
All right. That'll conclude the examination then of this witness. Is she going to remain under subpoena from either side?
Judge, at this point, I think we would want to keep her on subpoena. She's not a likely recall, but we would have her stay on subpoena.
Okay, and so you will remain under subpoena in terms of whether or not the exclusionary rule would apply for any expert testimony. I'll leave that up to the state to advise the witness, and we'll review that matter if she is recalled to the stand. You may go ahead and step down. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Let me ask, is the state requesting to start with another witness at this point, or perhaps take the mid-morning recess a bit earlier than usual now that there's a break right now?
And Your Honor, our next witness is probably going to be pretty quick. I'll defer to the court on whether or not the court would like us to get that done or take the break now.
Any requests from the jurors now or later? Doesn't matter. Now?
No.
I didn't get a good read, but I don't know. You say it'll be a quick witness? Okay, thank you. Let's call the next witness. Thank you.
State would call Ashlyn Rand. Your Honor, I'm being told that this witness stepped out to use the restroom.
And
I apologize. Sorry.
Well, let's go ahead and take the mid-morning recess with that then. Thank you, everyone.
All right, please.
All right, please, or do that profession.
All right, thank you. Mr. Bailiff, we could have the jurors brought in once they're ready.
Honor, jury is present and accounted for.
All right, thank you. Please be seated. All right, the state can call its next witness. We're back on the record. I'll mention CR 2221-1623, State of Idaho versus Chad Guy Daybell just concluded our mid-morning recess. And if the state has another witness, we can call them.
State would call Ashlyn Rind, Your Honor.
Very well.
Swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Okay.
All right, I'll note the witness has been sworn. Before we proceed with testimony, let me just inquire. Ms. Rind, have you watched any of the trial testimony on the broadcast of this trial or seen anything in person here since this trial started?
No, sir.
All right, have you talked to anyone else about testimony they've given during trial?
No, sir.
Okay, thanks for answering those questions. Ms. Beatty, if you'd like to inquire, you may.
Thank you, Your Honor. Can you state your full name and then spell your last name?
My name is Ashlyn Renee Rind, RYND,
Where do you live?
Chandler, Arizona.
How long have you lived in Chandler?
22 years now.
Did you know an individual by the name of Tylee Ryan?
I did, yes.
How did you know Tylee?
We were best friends in high school.
Do you remember approximately what year you met Tylee?
I want to say 2016 is when I met her.
And what high school did you attend with Tylee?
Perry High School. Perry High School.
And that's in Chandler.
Yes, ma'am.
What kinds of things would you and Tylee do together?
We would go on drives together, talk about just teenage things, our high school boy drama with friends, what was going on in her life, what was going on in mine. We would just spend a lot of time together, just hanging out like at home and stuff.
Did you feel like you knew Tylee pretty well?
Very well. Yeah.
Did you ever go to Tylee's house in Chandler?
Yes.
About how often would you visit Tylee at her house?
Frequently, I would even say once a week, maybe twice a week even.
And in visiting Tylee at her house, did you ever meet any of her family members?
I did, yes. I met Charles, I met Lori, JJ. I met Alex before too.
And could you just briefly describe kind of what you observed about Tylee's relationship with JJ?
Almost maternal in the sense that she was always there to make sure he was cared for. First priority was making sure his well-being was always taken care of, and she would be next.
And tell us who Alex was.
Alex was her uncle, and he was also, I want to say, Lori's brother, but just another family member who was around for Tylee and would be there in case like Lori or Charles wasn't there.
About how often did you interact with or see Alex Cox?
Not as often. I would say maybe 6 months of the year I would see him. Not saying like I'd see him 6 months. Once every 6 months might see him.
Okay. Did you make any observations about the nature of his relationship with Tylee?
Friendly. It seemed very much the normal teenage to uncle relationship. They joked around a lot, had a good relationship there, and I know he offered her a place to stay when she needed it.
Did she feel comfortable with Alex from what you could observe?
She did, yeah.
Okay. At some point, did Tylee move away from Chandler?
She did. She moved to Idaho in 2019. I remember moving to Texas before that too.
And let's start with when she moved to Texas. Do you remember approximately when that was?
In 2017 or 2018 during my junior year of high school.
And just to be clear for the jury, when she moved to Texas, did she come back to Chandler at some point?
She did, yes. She came back for a short period of time and then I want to say maybe 6 months later it was, we're going to go to Idaho.
So while she was in Texas, did you stay in contact with her?
Yes, yeah.
And when she returned to Chandler, did you continue to spend time with her?
Yeah, the second she got home. Mhm.
Do you remember approximately when Tylee moved to Idaho?
That must have been, I want to say sometime in September of 2019, end of the summer.
Did you stay in contact with Tylee after she moved to Idaho?
Tried to for the 2 weeks that I had. And then after that, it kind of fell off, so I wasn't able to.
Your Honor, if I could have just one moment.
Yes.
And I have no further questions for this witness.
All right, thank you. Mr. Pryor, you can cross.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Ms. Rind.
Morning.
Ms. Rind, you mentioned that Alex was around. You maybe saw him every 6 months or so.
Every so often, I say that roughly as an estimate. He was a truck driver, so with his work and with my schooling, I wasn't able to always see him.
So the opportunity to observe him is when he was in town occasionally, and you saw. Would you say it was a handful of times that you saw Alex interact with Tylee?
Essentially, yeah, I would.
Less than 6 times.
In my experience, yeah, maybe more than that, just because she was living with him, so I would see them interact when he was home at that point.
Okay. Now you described, and you recall getting interviewed by Officer Wright from the FBI. Do you recall that?
I don't recall the name, but I do recall being interviewed by a couple of agents.
And you talked a little bit about the close relationship that Tylee had with JJ.
Mhm.
And in that interview, you described that it was, and you said it again today, that it was a very maternal relationship.
Mhm.
And that the two of them were very close. And you were aware of JJ's special needs, correct?
Mhm.
And would it be fair to say that JJ relied on Tylee for a lot of his basic needs?
I would say he wasn't relying on her, but she was there for him. I don't think JJ really was like, this is who I rely on. He was going for anybody who was going to provide for him. But Tylee would always be the one to show up.
Okay, and she was a strong support system in his life.
Yes.
And should she be gone, he would notice that. I mean, he depended on the regularity of seeing Tylee as part of his support
Your
system.
Honor, I think I would object. We're calling for speculation on the part of JJ at this point.
Sustained.
Needless to say, as part of his support system, what you observed, he relied on her as part of the support system in his life. Would you agree with that?
I would agree with that.
Okay, Judge, I have nothing else. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
And Your Honor, I have no redirect and this witness is excused from her subpoena.
All right, is she under any subpoena from the defense?
She is not judged. She's excused.
Okay, thank you for appearing and providing testimony today. You can be excused.
Thank you.
You're welcome. State can call its next witness.
Judge, at this time, the state calls Dave Senserbo.
I swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
All right, now that the witness has been sworn, let me just inquire, have you been observing any of the trial testimony that's taken place in this case?
No, I have not.
Have you talked to anyone else about any testimony they've given?
No, I have not.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Wixom, if you'd like to inquire, you may.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, will you please state your full name and spell it for the record?
My name is David Senserbo, spelled Sincerbeaux.
And are you currently working?
I am retired from the Idaho State Police,
Okay. And when did you retire?
February of last year.
What did you do for the Idaho State Police?
I was a forensic chemist, primarily did controlled substances, but also did fire debris cases,
How long did you do that work?
for 26 years.
Prior to doing that for the state police, where did you work, if anywhere?
I worked as a environmental chemist down in California for 10 years with two different organizations,
And how many years did you spend working for those two organizations?
about 10 years.
What did you do for them?
With the exception of what I was analyzing for, I was basically analyzing for gasoline and some pesticides.
And can you, let's go back to your work for the Idaho State Police. What types of cases did you become involved with where you would analyze accelerants?
Suspected arson cases is the simplest thing.
Could you just describe a typical case that would come in for that kind of analysis and what you would do to analyze?
Typically, the evidence would come in a friction lid can, basically a paint can. It could come in a couple different ways. Occasionally we would, but primarily it'd be in these cans. They would come in, they would contain, like a better word, fire debris, basically burnt stuff. Sometimes soil, sometimes building materials, just kind of a variety, sometimes clothing. And then we would do our analysis on it and determine whether or not it contained a ignitable liquid.
What would the analysis process be in that situation?
What we would do is, once we received the can, basically the analyst, we would look at it, check to make sure it was in a sealed condition. We would open it up, make a quick observation of what was actually in the inside. We would check to see if there was any significant odor of a ignitable liquid, basically gasoline, paint thinner, something like that. We would then put into the can a charcoal strip and basically suspend that up above the material. Reseal the can, make sure that it's all sealed tight. We would put it in the oven for about 4 hours at roughly 70 degrees centigrade. Heat it up for that 4 hours. Once it was done, we'd take it out, let it cool down to room temperature. We would then reopen that can, take out the charcoal strip, put it in a little vial, add some solvent to it, and then we would run that solvent on an instrument called the GCMS. And the GCMS would tell us primarily whether or not there was a ignitable liquid in it. Ignitable liquid. And then from there, we would compare that to a known standard, and that's how we would make our identification.
Could you briefly explain to the jury how the GCMS works?
Sure. The GCMS is a two-part instrument. The first part's a GC. It's called a gas chromatograph. And what it is a temperature-controlled oven that has a special column on the inside of it. The solvent that contains our unknown will basically be volatilized, the gas has been sent through that column, and that column will separate out organic molecules primarily by molecular weight, i.e. the small lightweight ones go through faster, the heavier ones take more time. Once the separation has been done, it goes to the mass spectrometer, which is the MS. And that will basically, as the compounds come out, it bombards it with a set of electrons. The electrons will then blow that compound apart. It collects then all of the fragments. The fragments are indicative of what the compound was. And what we do, if we were actually to identify a specific compound, is we take the retention time, how long it took to come out of the column, and what its fragmentation pattern looked like. For fire debris, we don't do that very often. We tend to look at the overall pattern, and then we look at classes of compounds that are petroleum-based. So basically, and that's what our ignitable liquids can be.
Thank you. And I believe I overlooked asking, but explain to the jury your educational background.
Sure. I have a bachelor's of science degree in chemistry. I've been an analytical chemist since 1985.
If you reflect back over the years of your work for either the state police or your prior employers, approximately how many cases do you think you've been involved with where you've had to try to identify from fire debris what the accelerant was?
Cases probably between 50 and 100, probably closer to the 50 end.
And do you recall working on a case involving Tylee Ryan?
Yes, I do.
Is that something that came in 2020 to your agency?
Yes, it did.
And what was referred to you in that case?
There was a friction lid can that came in.
Okay, and do you remember who the referring agency was?
I do not off the top of my head.
Do you recall if it was law enforcement?
Yes, it was.
Do you recall what you were being asked to evaluate from the referring agency?
They had a request for looking for the presence of an ignitable liquid.
What did they specifically send you that they asked you to evaluate?
What was on the inside of the can?
Yes, sir.
The inside of the can contains some decomposing flesh and some basically debris. There's some other like dirt and sticks and stuff like that.
Okay. And what, in fact, did you do with the material they sent you?
Like I talked about, I identified kind of what it looked like. I then put it in a charcoal strip, put it in the oven for 4 hours, and then took out the strip, analyzed it with my GCMS, and came up with a conclusion.
Did you determine what things were inside of the can specifically?
Yes, I did.
What was that?
It contained gasoline, and it also contained what appeared to be some compounds that are indicative of decomposing flesh.
So the material inside of the can had decomposing flesh?
Yes, it did.
And you determined through your analysis that it also had gasoline?
That is correct.
Do you recall if there was anything else in the container that you received in addition to the flesh?
There was some debris and some soil.
So when you did your analysis, was it possible or is it possible to determine where the gas vapor was coming from the debris versus the flesh?
No, there's not. It's just there was gasoline in that can.
And just the last couple of questions. When you perform this analysis and you put the charcoal strip inside the can, and then you said you heat it, correct?
That is correct.
Is there any way to determine what items, from items that are inside the can to determine where the vapor is generating from?
No, it's just somewhere in there, it had gasoline vapors.
Thank you, sir. Your Honor, I have no more questions.
All right. Cross-examination.
No, no questions.
All right, well, Mr. Senserville, that will conclude your testimony this morning then. Thank you for appearing.
Judge, I apologize. I don't know if I heard the court determine if he should be released or not.
I actually did not make that determination. Is he going to be recalled?
He will be released from the state, yes.
Okay,
No subpoena, Judge.
okay. Should have mentioned that on your way out though, Mr. Sinsborough. Thank you for appearing. If you are released from any subpoena in this case and free to leave. All right, the state can call its next witness.
The state would call Detective Chuck Insidas.
Very well.
Stipulated.
Okay.
Swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Detective Considas testified previously, has been placed under oath again for testimony today. I'll just inquire, have you been observing any of the trial testimony since you were here last?
No.
Have you talked to anyone else about any testimony they've given?
No.
All right, thank you for answering those questions. Mr. Wood, if you'd like to inquire on direct, you may.
Thank you. Good morning, Detective.
Morning.
You've already testified, but just for a bit of background again, were you involved? Where do you work?
I'm a detective with the Rexburg Police Department,
And how long have you been there?
almost 24 years.
Were you involved with the investigation regarding the finding Tylee Ryan and JJ Vallow?
Yes,
And correct me if I'm wrong, I believe you testified earlier that you were at Chad Daybell's residence on June 9th and 10th of 2020, correct?
yes.
As part of your investigation, did you ever review any type of satellite imagery of Chad Daybell's property?
Yes.
How did that come about that you did that?
Well, in late July, as the case transitioned into a homicide case from the welfare check to the missing children of JJ and Tylee,
If I can interrupt you, I'm really sorry. July of what year?
2020.
Okay.
We continue to monitor social media, always looking for information that could be generated to, help us with the case. And in doing so, there was an image of a satellite photo of Mr. Daybell's property. And I followed up on that image that was presented on the social media.
And what did you learn from following up on that?
Well, I learned that after reviewing the the story, I reached out to Apollo Mapping, which was the company that generated the satellite photo, and explained to them who I was, what we were doing, and if they could assist me in obtaining that particular satellite photo and any others that may help us with this investigation.
Your Honor, I'm gonna ask that the witness be hand what's been marked as State's Exhibit 142. I have a copy for counsel and a courtesy copy for the court as well. Your Honor, I would note that this is a business records affidavit from Apollo Mapping, and as such, I believe that this Exhibit 142 and its subparts comes in by way of stipulation.
Okay.
That is correct, Judge.
Thank you, Mr. Pryor. So exhibit 142, and you said it also has subparts?
Yes, and I'll be providing those shortly.
All right, exhibit 142 at this time is admitted.
Detective, what did you receive from, well, first off, let me ask you about the document you're holding. What is that document?
This is a certificate of authenticity for the high resolution satellite images from Apollo Mapping.
All right, and did that certificate provide any of the data regarding the images that were provided to you?
Yes, for the four photos that we obtained.
What were the dates on the 4 photos that were sent to you?
So the first photo was for August 27th of 2020. And that was for an image that was captured at 18:33 hours, military time, 24-hour universal time, UTC.
And Detective, I'm sorry to interrupt. If you can look at paragraph 1, and about the 3rd line down, it says the specific date. Could you read that date?
Okay. 8/27 of 2019.
Okay. And then what is in that image?
It's a digital image, high resolution image of the Chad Daybell property from a company, satellite owned by French Guiana.
Okay,
At
and
18:33 hours.
all right, and you said 18:33 hours?
Yeah, universal coordinated time. So when adjusted to Mountain Standard Time, that would be 12:33 in the afternoon.
And what's located on the second image?
The second image is also from the same satellite company of a high resolution of a digital image of Chad Daybell's property.
And the 3rd image?
Is on September 9th of 2019. The high resolution image was taken at 12:32 in the afternoon.
Is there any reason why that date was important to you in your investigation?
Yes, on September 9th, that date is pertinent to our information because that's the date that the investigation, we believe that we believe Tylee was buried on Mr. Daybell's property during this time.
And then the last image?
Was taken on October 25th of 2019 at 12:42 in the afternoon.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask that the witness be handed what's been marked as State's Exhibit 142A, just for identification purposes. And I do have a copy for court and counsel as well. I believe this is already admitted.
One 142A.
What I should have said is it's admitted by way of the business records affidavit as a subpart, Your Honor.
Okay. Well, it is a separate exhibit, and this is a picture.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right.
This-
Is there any objection to 142A being admitted?
No, Judge.
All right, exhibit 142A is admitted.
Detective, do you recognize that disc?
Yes,
What is it?
it's a flash drive that contains the photos from Apollo mapping.
And have you personally reviewed that disc?
I have,
Did you mark it with your initials?
I did, and also dated it for May 9th of this year.
And Your Honor, if I may publish that.
You may.
Detective, do you recognize this image?
This would be the image from August 27th, 2019.
And I'm going to zoom in. Do you recognize this property?
Yes, this is the property of Chad Daybell, located at 202 North 1900 East. in
And
Fremont-
again,
Fremont County.
what date was this picture taken?
August 27th, I believe.
Do you recognize this image?
Yes, this will be the image from September 2nd, 2019.
And I'm going to zoom in. Do you recognize this property?
Yes, this is an image of Mr. Daybell's property.
Do you recognize this image?
Yes, this will be the image from September 9th, 2019.
I'm going to zoom in. Detective Considis, was there anything on this image that drew your attention?
Yes, if you,
Do you-
is it the pointer?
Yes, please.
Okay. When looking at the screen, to orient yourself with Mr. Daybell's property, the main house is here on the left-hand side. This is the outbuilding, the garage, and then directly straight out from that, you see that little discoloration, and that is in the immediate area where we discovered Tylee.
Can you point to the discoloration you're talking about?
Right there.
Were you able to see that same discoloration on the previous two photos?
No, they're not visible.
Detective Considis, on the days of June 9th and 10th, did you personally aid in removing Tylee Ryan's remains from Chad Daybell's property?
Yes,
Can you point to the spot on that picture where you removed her remains?
we were in this area right here of this discoloration.
Detective, do you recognize this photograph?
Yes, this is an image taken October 25th, 2019 of the Daybell property.
Is this the same property?
It is.
Your Honor, I have no further questions at this time.
All right, thank you. You go ahead and. All right. Cross-examination.
Yes, Judge.
There you go. Yeah.
Mr. Bailiff. Judge, I have exhibits 43 and 44 that are admitted by way of stipulation of the parties.
Okay, they're offered by stipulation. Have they been formally admitted in the record yet?
Not yet, Judge.
Okay, has the state reviewed exhibit 43 defense? Any objection to it being admitted? And on 44 as well, any objection? Those are both admitted.
Just needed 44. She can put up 44 or 43, excuse me. And Judge, I can start until I get those back.
Okay.
Officer Consitis, as part of the investigation, you were provided a number of images from Apollo. Is that right?
Just the four.
And my understanding, when the image was up there, you pointed to an area that was close in location to the fire pit. Is that right?
It was probably in my guesstimation, 10 to 15 yards from the fire pit.
Judge, I'm sorry. If I could just have a minute, Judge.
Yes, go ahead. And if you need any technical assistance, we might be able to help.
I think I got it. I think so. And Judge, this is part of, I believe this is 43A. I've asked permission to publish.
All right, it's admitted, so you may publish. So 43's got sub exhibits then as well?
Yeah, I believe it's 43 through 43 A, B, C, D, E, F, G, Judge, I believe.
43A through G. Then without objection from the state, those sub exhibits are all admitted, 43A through G.
If we could just publish 43A, Judge.
Okay, once you're ready, we'll go ahead.
I'm ready, Judge.
There it is.
So Officer, we're looking at Defense Exhibit 43A. And this is also part of the Apollo screen pictures. Would you get the pointer and point to the white barn?
To the white bar?
The white barn, it's
Oh, the white barn, I'm sorry. Yes.
White barn. I
Right.
probably didn't say that very clearly.
That's fine. Right. there.
Okay. And then if you go to your right, there's a small brown hash or darker hash mark there, right? That one, do you know what that is?
If I recall, it is like a large hitching post constructed of two large posts and about 8 to 10 inches in diameter.
Okay.
And there's a rung that goes straight across it. So it appears to have consistency of like a hitching post.
Okay. And then again, to the right of that again is another right there. What is that?
I cannot see. I have my glasses. If I could, Your Honor, if I could.
If somebody could retrieve those, yes.
Thank you.
Mr. Bailiff will have those delivered up to you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. And then again, you were on the second mark with the pointer.
This outer,
Yeah, that one. What is that?
I do not know what that is.
Okay. It's a dark spot in any event, correct?
Correct.
And then down below, there's a starting at the white barn down below, there's a more of a slanted one just below the first one with the red marker there. Up a little bit right, go to the right a little, right there.
This item right here,
Yes.
that is a standalone section of fence. I believe it's constructed of wood, has 4 or 5 rungs on them. It's probably 8 to 10 feet long, if I recall.
Okay, and then to the right of that is a whitish looking thing. What is that?
This is the fire ring.
Okay. And that's directly in relation to the white barn. Is that correct?
Correct. If you were to extend this line out straight,
You go into the fire pit. And then to the right of the fire pit is another mark of some kind. Do you know what that is?
I do not recall what that was.
And all the way to the far right out in the pasture area, there's something out there as
Out
well.
here. Yes, I wasn't out on that part of the property. I can't speak.
And then just south of the fire pit,
Mr. Pryor, can you pull the mic up a little?
I'm
closer?
sorry, Judge, just south of the fire pit, it appears that there's some sort of foliage. Is that correct?
Correct.
And it appears that it's at least casting a shadow. Does that appear to be the case?
Yes.
Okay. And Judge, I'll unpublish this one.
Okay.
And Judge, oops. Judge, I'm going to ask to publish 43D.
Very well.
And again, officer, again, Apollo video screen from 43D. There's a round circle there. Would you get the marker? Do you have the red marker?
Yes.
And would you point to the round circle, which is just north of the tree, or would be, yeah, would be north,
The-
that right there.
The fire ring.
You previously identified that as the fire ring, is that correct?
Correct.
And again, that's directly adjacent to the white barn.
Yes.
And where, in your estimation, were the remains of Tylee Ryan found?
Over here by the hitching post on this side of the barn.
Okay, so
Just off-
north of the white barn, on which side of the hitching post?
It would be on the west side of the hitching post where the red light is.
Is that right about where the red light is?
Yes, right in this area right here.
Okay. Okay, all right. And Judge, we can unpublish that. And again, Judge, I'm going to ask to publish 44A.
Okay, it can be published.
And here we're looking at 44A, and you've identified some of the other points. You're seeing the tree to the south there, is that right? The large tree out in the pasture?
Yes.
Would you put the pointer on that for me?
Are you talking about this one or this
Well,
one
the
here?
one, that one right there.
This one
Yeah,
here.
that's the tree. Where would the fire pit be in this particular position?
Fire pit would be right in this general area right here.
Okay. And then where would Tylee's remains have been found?
Right here in front of this hitching post.
Would it be to the left, or when you say in front of, would you mean to the left of that hitching post?
So if you're standing in front of if you're standing looking in front of the hitching post, looking at the barn, it would be just off at a slight angle.
Okay. Off at it, like at a horizontal or a sliding angle? Like a 90-degree angle?
No, not a 90-degree angle. I would, if you're looking at a clock, maybe the 1 or 2 o'clock position.
So if you're able to put a pointer on that to the best of your ability. Okay, thank you. And that's the hitching post. And again, it's winter time, so we're unable to see the fire pit at this point. Is that right?
Yes,
Okay. And although with the white background, we're able to identify the more distinct structures that are over in that area. Is that fair?
yes.
Okay. Okay, Judge, and we can unpublish this.
Oh, on exhibit 44, Mr. Pryor, does it have sub exhibits as part of it?
Just the 1A, Judge, is all it has, I believe.
Okay, so is it a single exhibit then 44A, or is 44 and 44A different?
I'll look again just to make sure. I apologize, Your Honor.
Oh, that's fine. Thank you.
Judge, there's a 44A, or a 44, which is a FBI investigation report. And then there's 44A, which is the actual picture on 44.
Okay, thank you. I'll just note on the record then those are both admitted.
Now, officer, as part of your investigation, you were able to determine that by way of an email between Mr. Daybell and Tammy, that there was a discussion about burning some tree limbs on that particular morning. Is that right?
Objection misstates the evidence. There's no mention of trees.
Sustained.
Mention of burning some limbs?
Yes.
Okay. Judge, I have nothing else. Thank you.
All right. Mr. Wood, redirect.
Just briefly, and if I can be handed exhibit 142 again.
Yes, you may.
And I apologize. I meant 142A. And may I publish?
Yes, you may.
And detective, just for reference, what date, or do you recall just talking about this picture?
Yes,
And what date was this picture taken?
September 9th, 2019.
So I'm gonna show you the picture before that. And what date was this picture taken?
September 2nd, 2019.
Now, council had you identify a few features. Do you recognize the feature that the mouse hand is moving over?
Yes,
What is that?
that's the small bush or tree.
And this feature right here?
That's the standalone section of fence.
And this feature right here,
The fire ring,
and this feature right here.
that's the hitching post.
And on this image, there's some clouds that seem to obscure some of it, correct?
Yes,
Do you recognize this spot right here? What feature is in that area?
the hitching post.
Did you see this discoloration in the previous two pictures?
No,
Okay. And just again, can you point out where you helped remove Tylee Ryan's remains from Chad Daybell's property?
in this area right here with the discoloration,
And what was the date of this photo?
September 9th, 2019.
Thank you. That's all I have, Your Honor.
All right, that'll conclude the examination then of Detective Consitis. Is there any intent to recall the witness from the date?
Your Honor, just out of precaution, we are keeping all of our law enforcement on subpoena in case there's a need for them to testify. So we will not be releasing Detective Consitis today.
All right, Detective Consitis, then you'll remain subject to the court's exclusionary order, so please don't view any other testimony that may take place in case you're recalled. Thank you. All right, the state can call its next witness.
Judge, at this time, the state would call Doug Halapaska.
Promise swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you.
All right, now that the witness has been sworn, let me just inquire, have you viewed any of the testimony that has taken place in this trial since it started?
No, Your Honor.
Have you talked to anyone else about any testimony they've given in trial?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, thanks for your responses. You can inquire, Mr. Wixom.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, will you please state and spell your full name for the record?
My name is Douglas Halapaska. That's Douglas Halapaska, Halepaska.
And where do you currently work?
I currently work for the Federal Bureau of Investigation Laboratory Division. I work in the capacity as a forensic examiner within the Firearms and Tool Marks Unit.
How long have you worked in that capacity?
Been working there since 2009.
What is your educational background?
I have a Bachelor's of Science, which I received from Texas A&M University in 2001. I'm currently pursuing a master's degree in Science and Technology and Intelligence.
In terms of your Bachelor's of Science degree, what is that area that you've got the bachelor's in?
I got that in environmental science with an emphasis in biochemistry and genetics.
What kind of work did you do before you went to work for the FBI?
Prior to working for the FBI, I spent 6 years in the United States Marine Corps as an infantryman. After that, I worked at the biochemistry, biophysics department, Texas A&M University. After that, I worked for the Drug Enforcement Administration as a forensic chemist. Then with the Army as a field chemist for the Army's Test and Evaluation Command at Dugway Proving Ground. Evaluation Command at Dugway Proving Ground. Yes, ma'am. DUG W-A-Y. Thank you.
As a firearms and tool mark examiner, can you explain to the jury, what are the types of cases that you become involved with?
So often firearms and tool marks is thought of as two separate disciplines, but they're actually the same discipline. Within the discipline, you can think of a tool as nothing more that when two objects come into forceful contact, the harder of the two is going to mark the softer. So a firearm is really nothing more than a collection of different tool surfaces that is designed to control the expansion of the smokeless powder when the bullet is traveling down the barrel. The majority of the cases I work concern firearms tool marks. However, over the years, I have worked a number of tool mark cases.
When you say a number of tool mark cases, what do you mean by that as opposed to firearms?
Well, as I said, firearms identification is the same thing as tool mark identification, but where I'm working a case where no firearms are involved, it's just straight hand tools.
And when a case is referred to you, do you receive cases from outside agencies outside of the FBI?
Yes, I do.
When a case is referred to the FBI and it eventually reaches you, can you explain to the jury, what is the intake process from the FBI before it gets to you?
The evidence often arrives via FedEx. Sometimes it's hand delivered by a law enforcement official. The evidence arrives at the laboratory at the Evidence Management Unit, EMU. And from there, that evidence is processed into the laboratory. The EMU unit, basically what they do is they just inventory the evidence. They assure that the contents of it in the container are there. They enter that information into the laboratory's evidence management system known as Forensic Advantage. And then from there, they generate an evidence sampling plan where the evidence is basically run through the different disciplines within the laboratory.
At some point, do you recall having a case referred to you from the Ada County Coroner's Office in Idaho in regard to remains for a Tylee Ryan?
Yes, I do.
And in fact, internally, was that case referred to you for tool mark analysis?
Yeah, that is correct.
Did you perform a tool mark analysis?
I did.
Before we talk about that, are there any specific terms that you might want to take a moment and explain to the jury before we begin to talk about that work?
I would. There are a number of terms that I'm going to use over. They're specific to my discipline. The first being as I told you, a tool and a tool mark are basically when two objects come into forceful contact. The harder two is going to mark the softer object. The softer object is going to receive the tool mark. There are two types of tool marks, impressed and strided. An impressed mark you could think of as if I were to take a hammer and slam it on this surface, there would be an impression of the working surface of that hammer head. That force would be applied perpendicular to the surface. The next tool mark is a strided tool mark. That occurs when force and motion is applied parallel or nearly parallel to the surface. And essentially, it just look like a number of scratch marks. The next thing I want to discuss is characteristics. There are two types, class characteristics. Now, these are the general or measurable features of a specimen which indicate a restricted group source. These are design factors and are predetermined prior to the manufacturer. So what I'm talking about are tools. So when the tool is being manufactured, it's going to go under design factors. And the marks that it's going to make are going to be either general or measurable. An easy way to imagine it is if I had two types of screwdrivers, a Phillips and a flathead, and I were to strike that flathead screwdriver onto a surface, I'm going to have a general feature of a rectangle. Now, when I'm talking about the working surface, I'm only talking about that portion of the screwdriver, which is going to be used to do the work, the torquing. When that's applied to the surface, it's going to generate that rectangular shape, that general shape. But there's also other class characteristics. There are measurable features. So I would also be able to measure the length and width of that impressed mark on that surface. And there are also manufacturing factors or characteristics that would be transferred into that tool mark, such as was the screwdriver tip made using a milling, a broaching, that kind of thing. If I were to take that Phillips, strike it into the, make an impression with that, it's going to generate a plus mark. So with these class characteristics, I'm able to actually differentiate different source populations. So if I had an impression made with a Phillips, it's going to make the plus sign, the flathead, the minus. So I'll be able to differentiate the different class characteristics and the different source populations. The next characteristic is the individual characteristics. These are the rapid and random imperfections that occurred during the manufacturing process of the tool itself. They are totally incidental. Manufacturers do not intend for those to be implanted onto the tool surface. And it is these individual characteristics which are used to source or attribute a tool mark back to a particular tool.
Thank you. Your Honor, at this time, the state has pre-marked the state's proposed exhibit 180A through 180L. I have a proposed for the court, a courtesy copy for the court, and one for the defense. They are offered per stipulation. We'll be moving for admission of those. Those exhibits are pictures of the remains of Tylee Ryan, very similar to the ones we've seen in the last case, or last witness, I'm sorry.
All right, on the exhibits, is there any objection to the admission of 180A through 180L? All right,
No objection, Judge.
each of those is admitted. In terms of publishing, I have a brief sidebar again with counsel, sorry. enough. I don't want them displayed in public, but they'll be displayed for the jury as well as for the parties and councils. So we have to rearrange briefly our courtroom and inconvenience those seated to my left who will need to be reseated. We'll go ahead and get those monitors set up here and allow their second brief break before the lunch hour. So we'll take care of that at this time. And I guess as quickly as we can get that rearranged, we'll come back on the record.
I'm sorry. Oh my gosh, thank you. I didn't even think about it. Thanks. Thank you. Thank you. Okay.
Rise, please, this court is back in session.
Thank you. Please be seated. Mr. Bailiff, once the jurors are ready, we can have them brought in, please.
All rise, please. Of juries, President and counsel.
Thank you. Please be seated. All right, we are back on the record. The exhibits proposed 180A through L have been admitted. And Mr. Rickson, we discussed how these would be published also. Just to clarify, they won't be shown on the overhead projector nor broadcast in any way on the court's live stream. the jurors will be able to view those as well as the parties and you, Mr. Wixom, on this monitor here. So thank you for accommodating the request to organize the courtroom. To accomplish that, if you'd like to continue with direct, you may.
Thank you, Your Honor. Before I begin my questioning again, I also have what's been marked as State's Proposed 423, which is a written FBI lab report generated by Mr. Halapeska that I tend to admit by stipulation to the court. I've got one for the defense and two for the court.
All right. And I believe, Mr. Pryor, you've seen this and there's no objection from the defense. Is that correct?
There is not, Judge. I don't need a copy, Judge. I've got a copy. Thank you, but there's no objection. It's by stipulation.
Okay, thank you. The court will take its courtesy copy. Thank you, Mr. Bailiff. Exhibit 423 is admitted.
Thank you. May I, Your Honor?
You may.
Thank you. Mr. Halapeska, before we get into the exhibits, I did want to go back and revisit some definitions for the jury that perhaps I failed to ask you about. When you do a pattern examination, can you explain the three different functions of that or what you might reach as an examiner in those instances?
Yes. The examination process can be broken into two separate levels. During the first level, it is focused on those class characteristics that I briefly discussed earlier. So at that point, I'm making observations on those tool marks under low magnification using a stereo microscope, which gives you kind of three-dimensional representation of the evidence itself. During that time, I'm documenting my findings into my notes, as well as taking some photographs as well. That's the first half, level one. The second half is focused on making the identification, the source identification, and that's focused on those microscopic imperfections, those individual characteristics. During this portion, I'm using a comparison microscope, and during that time, I'm actually able to look at two separate samples under the same viewing field. This is accomplished because the comparison microscope is actually two microscopes with an optical bridge. During that time, I'm looking at those individual characteristics on the samples and then generating a pattern match. And from there are three types of conclusions that I can render. An identification, a source identification. That's where I have consistent class characteristics. So the class characteristics must be shared amongst the different samples. And sufficient agreement in the individual characteristics. The next conclusion is not a no conclusion. So that's basically when I have consistent class characteristics, but insufficient individual characteristics. And then the third and final is the exclusion. That's where the two samples are excluded as being produced by the same tool. This is where I have dissimilar class characteristics.
Thank you, sir. So once again, has the witness had handed to him states 180A through L, Your Honor? May I ask?
I believe I have my courtesy copies. Yes, I do believe the witness has those.
Yes, I have.
Sir, just briefly, if you'll take a look at those and tell us what those exhibits consist of, not individually, but collectively.
They're images of two portions of a hip bone and an intact portion of a spine.
And are these images that you took as part of your analysis?
They are.
And they relate to Tylee Ryan?
Yes, sir, they do.
And just for your reference, we've also admitted your generated lab report. So as we go through questioning, if you feel like one of my questions could be best answered by your report, let me know. We'll ask permission from the court to publish that to help you do that, okay?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Your Honor, with your permission, I would like to begin by publishing States 180A.
You may publish.
Thank you. May I just confirm if that's being seen on the screen by the jury as well as the witness? Thank you.
Do you mind rotating it,
Which direction?
that way? Yeah, that would be, that's helpful. Thank you.
Sir, will you please explain what is in that photograph?
This is a portion of the hip bone, and what we're looking at is tool marks that have been generated onto that hip bone. But I also want to talk about some other terms I didn't mention earlier. They're action types. So the evidence we're looking at right now, there are two types of action types: stabbing and chopping. So a stabbing action, you can think of it as when a force is applied to a narrow portion of the working surface, like a knife tip, or it's being applied to an object. A chopping object is when force is applied over the long axis of that bladed working surface onto an object. And there's another action type not used here on this image, but it's called compressive force. And that's whenever force has been applied, but I wasn't actually able to obtain any kind of class characteristics. So those would be the terms I would be using throughout this this testimony.
Thank you. And sir, if you will, with that explanation, can you, utilizing and pointing us to this particular exhibit, tell us what you found in this photo, what you documented?
Okay. So what I did to make things easier to see is I actually generated a digital box around each one of those tool marks, and I labeled them starting with A and work my way from there. So what we can do is we can start with A right now, and that was caused from a stabbing action. And what I observed from it was that the force of the blow pierced the hard layer of the bone. Inside the bone, there's a hollow or softer tissue. The force from this blow was strong enough that it actually cracked part of the surface on the posterior of this bone. That was incurred from a stabbing action. B was incurred from a chopping action.
Sir, may I interrupt you? I'm sorry. But if we'll just do this one by one. On one, you indicated to the jury just now that was a stabbing action that you determined?
Yes, sir, it was.
Okay. And can we be clear, is that something that you can conclusively testify to, or is it simply consistent with a stabbing action?
Yes, it is consistent with a stabbing action.
And at this point in time, were you able to make a determination as to what kind of tool mark may have made that stabbing?
Judge, I'm going to object without some additional foundation.
Stain.
In looking at that particular alteration, what analysis did you do, if any, to help identify if in fact you could tell what tool mark made that stabbing action?
During the examination process, I collected those class characteristics I referred to, so I was taking some measurements. When I moved on to the second portion of the analysis, looking for those individual characteristics, I wasn't able to identify any of those individual characteristics. I took it a step further in my analysis, and I used some casting material. Casting material is a silicone-based compound. Kind of looks like a small caulk gun, and what it does is you administer it over that tool mark. It dries, and you remove it, and from there it will pick up the tool marks. In this case, I conducted 2 castings of that area and obtained no individual characteristics. From my analysis, I just concluded that it was consistent with a stabbing type action. But within my report, I talk about some tools that could have produced those stabbing type actions.
What tools do you believe would be consistent with those types of stabbing type actions?
Judge, I'm going to object. This calls for speculation. There hasn't been sufficient foundation for him to be able to make that determination.
I am going to sustain that at this point, Mr. Wixom.
Without getting into what your conclusion was, what did you do to look at and consider before you made your conclusion as to what kind of tool would have made that stabbing action?
Oftentimes, in order to make those determinations, we will make test marks. So an examiner will observe that tool mark. And from there, from my training and experience, which I didn't have an opportunity to talk about earlier, I had 2.5 years of training. I concluded that it was consistent with a stabbing type action. I had, in order to make those test marks, you want to use a comparable media. Fortunately, at the laboratory, we have some bones. I tried to replicate those tool marks. Wasn't able to replicate the same kind of tool marks. The bones that I was using were desiccated, they were dry. Where this bone here was still soft. It was still moist inside. So the way it interacted with the tool is different. But from my training experience, as well as taking some of those test marks, I concluded that this was consistent with a stabbing type action.
And did that analysis help you determine what you might believe, what kind of tool might be consistent with that stabbing action?
Judge, again, okay. I'll withdraw this question, objection.
You
That's
can
another
answer.
question. He answered yes.
Oh, and what tools did you determine might be consistent with that mark?
Judge, I'm going to object at this point. Again, calls for speculation. It's clear that he can't make that determination.
I'll overrule the objection. I think it's subject to cross, obviously, but I think there's been sufficient foundation at this point based on the expertise he spoke to allow for the answer. So you can re-ask the question or he can answer if he remembers.
Thank you. Sir, do you remember the question?
Yes.
You answer, please.
So the tools that were consistent with producing this type of mark was from a single bladed knife or a comparable tool. But however, other possibilities could not be ruled out as far as producing that stabbing type action.
And I assume that's because your finding was that it's consistent with, that's why other things couldn't be ruled out. Is that fair?
The fact that when I was making my test marks, I didn't have comparable media to replicate those same tool marks.
Okay, thank you.
That's correct.
Going back to the exhibit, I'll call your attention to, I believe that's marked as item B. Am I seeing that correctly, sir?
Yes, yes. Can we focus in a little more?
Sure.
Is that possible?
I will sure try.
That's good right there. Thank you.
Can you tell us what item B is showing us?
B is another tool mark. This one was consistent with a chopping tap action. This is where the force applied onto the bone occurred over a longer axis of the working surface of the tool itself.
Can you help the jury understand how do you identify that as a chopping action?
It's where the force is applied. So when I'm looking at that tool mark, I can see that the energy that was delivered to it was consistent. So when I was looking at this under a stereo microscope, I can see a lot more detail. And unlike the first one, where it's the stabbing type action, where that force was applied at a very narrow point, and you can see where other portions of the bone were kind of carried into that injury. Where for B, the chopping action, I can see where the force was consistent throughout the base of the injury. Actually, the force of the blow didn't actually cut through that first hard layer of bone.
And did you perform analysis on that mark to help you identify what you believe might have been the tool mark used to create that?
Yes, I did, to try to determine what kind of tool was used.
And briefly, what was the analysis that you did specific to that question?
The tools that I rendered were, it was a cleaver or a machete, a hatchet, or other similar bladed tools.
When you say rendered, what do you mean by that?
Oh, that was just the tool that was that's consistent with producing this type of damage.
So is that in fact what you determined from that mark? It was one of those types of tools that.
Yes, it was. And at this time, no tools were administered, or I'm sorry, submitted at this time. At this time, I was only looking at the bones. So when I'm generating a report, I'm also casting kind of a wide net so that the investigators who are actually conducting their work basically have more information to work with as far as trying to recover different evidence items from the scene.
If in fact specific tools had been submitted to you for evaluation, how, if at all, could that have helped you in your analysis?
It would allow me to make test marks with the tools. But in order to make an identification, that second level of analysis, I have to have those individual characteristics. For both A and B, I was unable to obtain any individual characteristics from those tool marks. So in a situation like that, I wouldn't have been able to make a source conclusion on those tools.
So even had potential tools been submitted for your evaluation, you're saying you still couldn't have concluded with those particular marks what the tool was?
That's correct.
Thank you. Sir, I'd like to now call your attention to what you marked as item C on that exhibit and tell the jury what that is, please.
Yes. So C and D, I have some other, I believe there's some other images closer in that I will be able to give a better explanation of them. But both of those were consistent with being produced from a chopping tap action.
And we'll in fact get to those. So we'll just go forward on this. What about E and F?
I believe E was on the posterior of this bone, and it was created too from a chopping tap action.
What do you mean by posterior of the bone?
The backside.
And that's reflected in this photo?
No, it is not.
But the front injury to the bone is reflected in the photo through E?
Yeah, it's that one's just A through D. E will be on the backside.
Sorry, I have poor vision, I suppose. Thank you. For the record, I am now putting up what's been marked as States 180B.
Could we rotate it? There you go. And just, oh no, you had it, there you go, right there, and just like that.
Let's start with the top photo and then I'll rotate it up. That's okay.
Okay. So this is from the image earlier. This is just a zoomed in of A. So basically what I did was I just wrote on the evidence. So I labeled A and then I added my initials DJH. And what I was trying to capture here was, as I mentioned, this is from a stabbing type action. So you can see as that tool was being applied here and that force was being applied, you can see where some of the fracture lines and radial cracks, some of the energy from that bladed tool was being driven into the bone. And you can see the fracturing of that bone being carried into that hollow space within this hip bone.
And what about this portion of the exhibit?
It's the same image, just under magnification. And again, it just kind of speaks to the damage that occurred from that stabbing action.
And do you recall in your analysis, have there been some internal numbering given to Tylee's remains?
Could you rephrase the question?
Have there been any internal reference number that had been assigned to the FBI for the analysis for you and the other experts at the FBI?
Oh, yes. So as I mentioned earlier, when the evidence arrives at the laboratory, it goes to the evidence management unit. At that time, they'll render a unique identifier to the evidence. So in this case, FBI lab's concerned, this portion of the hip bone was labeled as item 16.
Thank you.
Is that your question?
It is. Thank you, sir. I'm now going to place on the screen States Exhibit 180C, is in Charlie.
You rotate, yep.
And tell us what that is.
Okay. So that one is B. Again, you can see my initials. Right there, I'm just demonstrating or trying to capture those fracture marks. So basically, The tool mark itself, you can briefly, or you can see kind of at the bottom, it's kind of darkened out, where essentially that energy was delivered into that bone and how it actually was consistent across that surface. So unlike the stabbing action, where that energy is being driven into a single point, this was over a broader surface.
So in fact, is this reflective of a stabbing or a chopping action?
Chopping action.
Thank you. And the image below there, what is that?
It's the same image, just zoomed in. What I'm trying to show right there is that you can see where the tool itself didn't pierce that first layer of bone. So basically, it left an impression at the base of that injury. And you can kind of see some of that broken material at the bottom, that whitish, brownish color. That's actually the bone kind of being pulverized inside that injury.
And in this particular injury, is this what you testified to a moment ago that you believe could be consistent with a cleaver, machete, hatchet, or other bladed instrument?
Yes, that is correct.
I am placing states 180D. Start with those two top photos.
Okay. What I'm demonstrating with the top left image, you can see those, how I labeled them. That's good right there. Thank you. I labeled it C and D. I've initialed it. The green arrow represents where that force was applied from. So as we're looking at this image right here, the force came from left to right into the injury. If you look at the image on the right, that's a close-up of tool mark D. And you can actually see a couple of things. One, the left side of that damaged area, you can actually see along a fractured area that it was actually carried into the injury itself. Like I said, the force came from left to right, but there was another observation that was made at this time. The red arrows are showing that there's these scallop-shaped portions of the tool mark. Those are consistent with being from a serrated tool, kind of like a saw, but in this case, this was not produced from a sawing action. It was produced from a bladed tool that had serrated teeth on it.
So just for the jury's clarity, I'm not sure, perhaps I'm colorblind, but which arrows were you just referencing? You said red arrows. Which arrows might those have been?
Okay, so the green arrow represents the force, where the direction of force came from. I'm on the right image. Right there.
That arrow?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
So that green arrow represents where the force came from, so it traveled from left to right. And then the black arrows are pointing out those scalloped impressions right there, or shapes. And those are consistent with being generated from a serrated tool.
So were you able to make a determination through your analysis what type of tool, or simply that it was a serrated tool or anything else?
Basically a cleaver, machete, or hatchet that had serrated teeth on it.
And this portion of that exhibit, what does it document?
For this one, the green arrow represents the force that's applied, so traveling from left to right. The black arrows, in this case, you can actually see those serrated teeth marks. They're a little more pronounced, and basically the black arrows are pointing them out, so you can actually see them on both the right and left side of that tool mark.
This is now states 180E. Can you please tell the jury what that's depicting?
Okay, so this is the backside of that hip bone. So what I labeled as A, as I mentioned earlier, that's A was caused from that stabbing action. When that stabbing action occurred, enough energy was transferred into it that it carried through that first hard layer of the bone into the soft material, and it actually caused a fracturing of the backside of that that bone material. And you can actually see that right there with that dark impression where the part of that hip bone was cracking. D, that was the one that was caused from the chopping tap action, and it too carried through to the other side. So it cut through the first hard layer into that soft spongy material and then out toward the back, but it didn't quite travel all the way through. It just caused damage on the backside. And then for E down toward the bottom, that was the last tool mark that I found. The green arrow represents the force that was applied from left to right. And there's another image giving a close-up of it.
Is that what we're talking about?
Yes, sir, right there.
Anything you want to point out to the jury about
Yep.
that image?
So the green arrow, again, shows that the direction that the force was applied, left to right. And then the black arrows, I'm pointing out that those serrated tool marks that were generated. So you can actually kind of see how they were formed with some type of a chopping tap action that was applied from a tool that was consistent with a hatchet, cleaver, or machete with serrated type teeth on it.
Thank you. Your Honor, at this point, does the court wish me to continue or break for lunch? I've got about at least 15 minutes left, I think.
Okay. We did have a request to delay the lunch break slightly because of our food situation. So let's go ahead and continue on, Mr. Wixon. Thank you.
Thank you. Sir, with respect to this portion of the bone, it looks like there's at least 3 points that you identified where the stabbing action penetrated through the bone, or almost at least in one instance.
There were 2 instances. That was for tool mark A and D, where the damage traveled through the bone.
Is that particular part of the bone relative to other bones? Is it a thicker part, a stronger part, a weaker part? Tell us more about that.
My experience with working with this was it was a pretty thick material, but I don't necessarily know if I have enough experience to really opine on that.
Is outside your scope?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Now I'm putting on the screen a defense, I'm sorry, the state's 180F. Can you please tell the jury what that depicts?
This is an image of an intact spine. So the tool mark that I located on the spine was, you can see it in the box toward the base of the spine. I labeled it as A. So basically I just started the lettering over since this was a new evidence item, and the laboratory issued the unique identifier for this piece of evidence as item 17. And right there, it's difficult to see in the image, but that tool mark is actually at a much lower elevation. So the bone at the base of that green arrow is substantially higher in elevation. So the force that was applied onto this tool mark came, if the image was rotated standing up, it would come from left to right, but as this image is being shown here, from the base to the top. So that's how the force was applied. It was from a chopping tap action. And I believe I have another image is a close-up.
Would it be that image?
Yes, sir.
What does that image illustrate for the jury?
That's just a close-up of the same injury, and it was from a chopping tap action.
And on that particular injury, did you identify any tools that would be consistent with having made that chopping type action?
No, I did not. And actually, I like to clarify too that up until this point, all the tool marks that I mentioned for items 16, A through E, I wasn't able to locate any individual characteristics within those injuries. The same for tool mark A here on item 17, the intact spine. No individual characteristics were located in my examination.
So if you will clarify, then you testified earlier on 180B that you found the tool mark to be consistent with having been made by a cleaver, machete, hatchet, or blade. What do you mean now? I'm not sure I follow what you just said.
Oh, it's just, as I mentioned earlier about my examination process, about source identification. So trying to source identify a tool back to a tool mark. In order to make that, I would have to have the microscopic characteristics. Those would be the individual characteristics. In the case of item 16 and in here for item 17, I wasn't able to find in those individual characteristics. All I could do was just state that these tool marks were consistent with being produced by these types of tools.
And that distinction being chopping and stabbing tools.
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'm going to place states 180G. And if you could please explain to the jury the significance of that photo.
Okay. So a couple of things going on here. This is the item 19, and it's actually the other portion of the hip bone. If you look on the top left or the left side of the hip, you could actually see some black sooting. It appears that a portion of this was actually was in a fire and burnt. There were a number of different tool marks that were located on this item. I'm going to use some different terms. Let me, for tool mark, start with D right there. That one was from a chopping action. F, that was, as I mentioned earlier, that's another term called compressive force. So I wasn't actually able to identify any kind of class characteristics from it, nor individual, only that damage was occurred to the bone. And you can actually see item F looks like it's kind of within an island. You can see there's a break around the entire thing. So there was enough force to actually break that bone, but not actually break it free from the hip. G was more compressive force. No individual or class characteristics were obtained from that mark. H was from a stabbing tap action. I have some other images of it. I'd like to talk about that one a bit later.
Sir, just for clarity, to go back, you were just mentioning F. Is that the area we were talking about?
Yes, yes, sir, it is.
And that tool, well, that injury was a result of compressive force?
Yes, sir.
And can you explain that again? What does that mean?
Oh, so compressive force was applied with chopping and stabbing. It's just I use that term to mean that that same force was applied. I was just unable to obtain any class characteristics. So the tool itself, when it imparts those general measurable characteristics, in the case of F and G, no class characteristics were transferred.
And I don't know that I asked, but which item number internally to the FBI would this apply to?
That would be item 19.
Okay, thank you. Excuse me, 180H. Could you please, first of all, which internal FBI number would this photo apply to?
This one still pertains to item 19.
Okay. And please explain in the top photo what we're seeing here.
Okay. Could you just lower it just a tad? Okay, that's perfect right there. Thank you. Okay, so for tool mark A, the green arrow represents the force that was applied. This occurred from a chopping tap action. It came down. It's difficult to see, but that chopping action stopped. The elevation at the base of that box is a lot higher. So the force that was applied to it wasn't able to cleave through that bone. I wasn't able to obtain any individual characteristics from it. For tool marks B and C, I labeled these as fractures. I wasn't able to obtain any kind of class characteristics nor individual characteristics, only that some force was applied and it actually fractured the bone. Perhaps even the same blow that was applied to the bone at B and C may have been from a single blow. And it actually cracked or shattered the bone at this point and caused the damage for both B and C.
And are these photos just more close-ups of the B and C we were just talking about?
Yes, you can see in the left side, my green Sharpie. So you can see that's where those fracture points occurred. And then the one on the right is just a close-up of one of those fracture points.
States 180I. Please tell us what that is. First of all, which FBI item number would that apply to?
This one's still 19, item 19. Could you zoom out a little? Okay, so that's good right there. So this is from toolmark D. This was from a chopping tap action. You can see the green arrow there. That's where the force came from. So the force came from, as the image shows it, from kind of the bottom left up. The force you can kind of see at the top left of the tool mark. You can see that the bone has actually shattered in separate places and fractured. Based on my training experience, it appears that the tool that was used actually cut through the bone and into that soft tissue and may have actually carried into it.
And with that, were you able to identify any particular tool that would have been consistent with that tool mark?
I wasn't able to obtain the individual characteristics, so all I can say was it's consistent with being from a cleaver, a machete, or a hatchet or some type of similar bladed tool.
And what does this photo do to help the jury?
That's just another image. You can kind of see D right there, and you can see the green arrow. It's showing the force of that blow. There's another tool mark under it. Can we zoom in a bit? Would it be possible if I could review my notes real quick? Yes,
The notes that's contained in your lab report?
yes,
the-
sir.
The admitted exhibit? Can you indicate to me what portion of the exhibit, and I'll publish that and let you review?
I was just
Gotcha.
trying to find the comparable image to this.
Judge, I'm going to object at this point. Is he trying to refresh his recollection, or I'm not sure what the
Yes.
process is here?
Okay, Mr. Halifax, please let me respond to the objections. We need to clarify that, Mr. Wixom, as to whether or not it's a reference to admitted 423 or whether or not it's a review of notes for refreshing recollection.
Certainly, Your Honor. As I've asked this question, I think he's indicated he does need to refresh, but it would be from an admitted exhibit 423. So I believe that because it's been admitted, he would have the ability to do that with the court's permission.
Yes, he can review the exhibit and either testify from it or about it since it's been admitted.
Thank you. So, sir, you have permission now. Take a moment and identify what you need to refresh, and then you can answer the question.
I see there was another image that clarifies it for me. So can we zoom? Is there a zoom feature? Not a zoom feature, a focus feature?
There probably is. That doesn't mean I'm smart enough to know how to do it here. Sorry.
Be honest, since Mr. Wood.
That's good right there.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay. So the green arrow toward the top, that's the force that's being applied to tool mark D. Underneath it, that's tool mark E. And the green arrow is again showing where that force from that chopping type action is occurring from. And then below that, you can see tool mark F. That's the one I mentioned earlier that was from compressive force. And this is a good illustration. You could see basically it looks like a square. That's basically where the bone has shattered. Again, I wasn't able to obtain any class characteristics from that tool mark. But for D and E, those were both consistent with a chopping tap action, and I was not able to obtain any individual characteristics from those tool marks.
I'm putting up states 180J, and if we could start by you identifying which internal FBI number would apply to that.
Okay. Can we zoom in on the left image?
Is that what you're asking? That were?
Yes, yes. If we could zoom in a little more. That's good right there. And maybe focus a little. Oh, that's perfect right there. This is still item 19, and these are tool marks H and G. G was generated using compressive force. I wasn't able to obtain any class characteristics or individual characteristics from tool mark G, other than the fact that some force was applied on it and it caused an impression on the bone. Tool mark H, that was created by a stabbing type action. It's a very small injury. As you can see right there, I took a measurement of it and it's approximately 0.058 of an inch, so very small. But this injury actually caused a channel to form underneath the bone, that top hard layer of the bone. And if you look at the image on the right, that's just a close-up of tool mark G, and you can see where the shadow is being casted. So you can see the kind of damage that occurred to that part of the bone.
Mr. Alpesca, on back to image H, you said it caused a channel to form.
Yeah, small channel under the bone.
What does that do to your analysis? Why is that significant?
For me, it was a different type of tool consistent with one of that being of a pick, like an ice pick, but with a very narrow working surface.
Any other observations from that?
No, then no more.
Thank you. 180K.
If it's possible, can we just draw out? I created this this image because I just wanted to reflect the totality of the tool marks. So item 19, item 16, and item 17, they're all there together. I've actually labeled each one of the tool marks that I've already reviewed with you.
Anything else about that exhibit?
No, everything's been covered.
And then 180L.
This is the backside of those same items, item 16, 19, and 17. Again, the tools or the tool marks that I couldn't obtain any kind of class characteristics from, that would be F. You can see that on the top right there for item 19, and then C, D, or B and C, that's from that fracturing. And then also A, that's just damage from that stabbing type action that I talked with about the first tool mark that we reviewed during my testimony. You can kind of see that damage as it's coming through the bone.
You have a note on this. First of all, did you create that notation in the upper left, damage first occurred?
Yes, I did.
What are you telling us there? Why is that significant?
So, and I failed to mention D there. So if you see A in the middle of item 16, if you look to the left, you can see D, and it has that asterisk there. I was just trying to show that damaged area is related to damage that occurred on the front side of the hip bone. But at the same time, enough force was applied that damage could be observed on the back side of that bone.
So is it fair to say from this exhibit, this is the back side of the hip bones? Is that correct?
Yes, the back side of the hip bone and the spine.
So do the majority of the tool marks occur from the backside of the hip bone or from the front side?
Most occur from the front.
Just one moment, Your Honor. So just because we've gone through a lot of photos and tool marks, I just want to recap. With respect to any of these tool marks, and I'm done publishing, Your Honor.
Okay.
With respect to any of these tool marks, it sounds like some of the items as testified to, you believe came from a chopping force. Is that right?
That's correct. Only two of the tool marks that I mentioned came from a stabbing type action. The majority of them came from chopping type action.
And the chopping, you're saying, are consistent with the cleaver, machete, those types of
Yeah.
tools.
And similar bladed tools. That is correct.
And with respect to the stabbing, if I'm correct, you did not identify any particular tools that those would be consistent with.
Other than a single bladed tool or similar type for 16A. And then for the other tool mark, I believe it was on item 19. That was from a type of a tool similar to like a pick.
And just a last question, again, assuming you had been provided reference tools to assess, what types of things would you still not have been able to determine even if you had those tools provided to you?
If I had the tools, I would have been able to make test marks, which would have been helpful in narrowing down the tools. However, since I was unable to collect any individual characteristics from either of the bones, I wouldn't have been able to conduct a second level of examination, which is on the microscopic marks, which allow me to identify a tool mark back to a particular tool that I would not have been able to do.
Just one more second, please, Judge.
Yes.
Your Honor, we don't have any further questions at this time.
All right. Council, let me have a brief sidebar just regarding scheduling here momentarily. All right, thanks, council. That will conclude the direct. There was some delay that occurred today with our lunch, so at this time, discussing with council, I think it just makes sense. We'll go ahead and allow for cross at this time. And then once we conclude with this witness, we will have our lunch recess. So go ahead, Mr. Pryor.
Let's try this again, sir. You wrote in your report that you're really unable to make a source conclusion on a lot of these items. Would that be fair?
That's correct. I wasn't able to make any source determinations.
And let's clarify what you mean by source determination.
A source determination is when using the tool marks that I'm able to identify the tool marks back to a particular tool.
And how does individual characteristics play into that?
That they're critical. Without the individual characteristics, it's not possible to render a source determination.
And in this case, there were no individual characteristics as well. Would that be fair?
No, that is correct. There were no individual characteristics.
And then class characteristics, define that again for me.
Class characteristics are those general or measurable features of a specimen. Class characteristics are determined prior to manufacture. They're design factors. And these are the characteristics that are used to generate different populations. So they're the first half of the examination process.
Different varieties of potential tools. Would that be a simpler way to put that?
They allow me to actually put the different tool marks into different populations.
Okay.
That is correct.
And you put in your report that tool mark identification is an empirical science, and it relies on objective measurements and a subjective comparison. Would you agree with that as still?
That's correct. So the objective part of the examination is those class characteristics. Those are documenting the general and the measurable features during the class characteristics. So that's the objective. The subjective part is doing the microscopic examination, and that's while using those individual characteristics. And again, I was never actually able to get to that part of the examination process.
So when you say you weren't able to get to an individual characteristics, part of your analysis basically stopped at the objective, and you really couldn't make any distinctive determination of exactly what caused any of these marks. Wouldn't that be fair?
I wasn't able to identify it back to a particular tool. That is correct.
Okay, Judge, I have nothing else. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Pryor. Any
I have
redirect?
one question, Your Honor, if I may.
Go ahead. Once you're ready.
So, sir, in your analysis, is there any question that some kind of tool was used to injure Tylee and her bones?
Absolutely. Yeah, a tool was used to cause that those tool marks. That is true. I just wasn't able to render any kind of source identification on those tool marks. That is correct.
No more questions, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. That'll conclude the testimony then of Mr. Halapaska. We'll go ahead and take our lunch recess. Can he be excused and released from any subpoena?
Actually, Your Honor, we would like to him kept under subpoena. He may be a rebuttal witness.
Okay, so with that in mind, then there is a court exclusionary order. The prosecution can further explain that. You may be required to ask or answer some questions on viewing testimony that may not apply depending on the context of your testimony and whether it falls as an expert witness or not. So I'll leave that up to the state to advise him. With that in mind, then, thank you for appearing and testifying this morning. Okay, we're going to go ahead and take the lunch recess. We had that additional break this morning, so if we can, hopefully we can do lunch in under an hour today, perhaps. Let's try to get back at about 1:15 or 1:20, if that works for council.
All rise, please.
Please, could court be back in session?
Thank you. Mr. Bailiff, we'll have the jurors brought in, please.
Jury is present and accounted.
Thank you. Please be seated. Okay, we're back on the record on CR 22211623, State of Idaho versus Chad Guy Daybell. Continuing with the state's case in chief, the state may call its next witness.
Thank you. The state would call Nick Balance.
Swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Right into the mic, yeah, over there, and you have a
Okay, thanks, sir.
All right, thank you. Agent Balance has been sworn, is recalled, and previously testified in the case, but I'll ask the witness, have you viewed any of the trial testimony that's taken place since you were last here?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, have you talked to anyone else about about their testimony or your previous testimony?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you for that. Mr. Wood, you can inquire.
Thank you. And before I do, Your Honor, I had notified the clerk earlier that I would be requesting State's Exhibit 156.
Very well.
Good afternoon, Agent.
Good afternoon, sir.
And as a reminder, can you restate your name for the record?
Yes, sir. It's Nicholas Balance, Balance spelled Ballance.
And an agent is the proper
Yes, sir. That's fine.
title. Okay. All right. If you could just, you've testified already, but if you could briefly remind the jury what your occupation is.
I'm a supervisory special agent with the FBI, and I'm assigned specifically to a group known as the Cellular Analysis Survey Team, or CAST.
All right. And just briefly again, what does CAST do?
CAST briefly is looking at records that are maintained by a provider and then placing those records onto a map. It's kind of the most general sense of what I do whenever I'm doing an analysis.
And Your Honor, if I may publish from 156.
You may.
So Agent, just briefly, when you were here last time, we discussed a couple of dates, September 9th, September 23rd, and a few other things as well, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Agent, do you recognize what's on the screen?
I do.
Is this part of the report that we spoke about earlier?
Yes, sir, it is.
Okay. And does this report also cover throughout dates throughout October
It does. Yes, sir.
and some other dates as well, correct?
Yes, sir.
Can you describe what the jury is seeing on slide 58 and why it was important to your investigation?
So this was a receipt that was provided to me that was associated with a telephone number 401-569-8260 that had a bill to name listed as Boyd Dial.
And why was the name Boyd Dial significant to you?
I saw that as the subscriber across numerous telephone numbers that were later attributed to Chad Daybell.
So when you see the name Boyd Dial, do you associate that with Mr. Daybell?
Yes, correct.
And what is the date on this point of purchase information?
You can see it there at the top right. Don't know if the pointer is showing on the white, but it's the October the 8th, 2019 at 2:56 p.m.
And are you aware of what this is a receipt for?
I would defer to AT&T for the specifics, but I've definitely seen them before associated with changes made to an account.
Okay. And if you can inform the jury, what's significant about slide 59 in your investigation?
So this is showing a return from TracFone, which is a company that provides wireless service. They just are what's known as a mobile virtual network operator, meaning that they don't have towers. So they rely on one of the larger providers that have a cellular infrastructure in order to carry calls on their network. So one of the things that we can obtain from TracFone is what's called point of purchase information. So if you were to go to Walmart and purchase a TracFone, they would have the information associated with that purchase and certain pieces of information associated with it. So as an example, this is the point of purchase information for the telephone number 334-744-4205. And then as you look across the information that's provided from TracFone, you'll see that the merchant was Walmart, which would be where it was purchased from. You can see the amount, which is going to be the cost associated with the phone. And then over on the far right, you can also see the time associated with the purchase. On the bottom, you'll see the actual address of the Walmart where it was purchased, as well as the phone number associated with that Walmart. And then TracFone point of purchase information, the time is stored in Eastern Standard Time. So because of that, since this purchase was made in Rexburg, Idaho, I had to deduct 2 hours, which went from 17:24 to 3:24 as the actual time that the purchase was made.
And you mentioned the phone number for which this point of purchase information is associated with, correct?
Yes, correct.
And can you read that number again?
Certainly. It's 334-744-4205.
Are you aware of who that number is associated with?
Yes, that number was attributed to Alex Cox.
Agent, we spoke before about the homerjmaximus@gmail.com account. Can you briefly remind the jury who that account belonged to?
Sure. The Homer J. Maximus at Gmail, actually the account information is listed Alex Cox as being associated with that account. And then also one of the things that I spoke about previously was that the location history would be associated with a device on that account. And so all the location history that was found on the Homer J. Maximus at gmail.com account was associated with the Alex Cox number ending 9120.
And on slide 60, what is the jury seeing here?
So here, this is the address associated with the previous slide that showed the point of purchase information, the Walmart that's located in Rexburg. And then it is location information that was stored by Google associated with Alex Cox's account. So if you look at the summary box on the left side, you'll see that there were 18 Google locations that were logged via Wi-Fi, and then one that was associated with the GPS, for a total of 19. And then all of them are placed in and around the Walmart in Rexburg between the time of 2:59 p.m. and 3:37 p.m.
There is a blue box in the upper right-hand corner. Can you read that?
Yes, this says does not include all activity between 2:59:59 and 3:37:02. Only locates with 100 meters or less margin of error are depicted.
And if you can just briefly remind the jury, what is the margin of error when we're talking about these location hits?
So the center point of where each one of those blue Wi-Fi locations is, and then on the bottom left where the GPS is, the margin of error is basically 100 meters out in a circular pattern from the center point of where those icons are on the map. So each one that's listed has different margins of error associated with it. But what I did was I only looked at, during that time frame, 100 meters or less for the margin of error.
And why is it that you only looked at location hits with the margin of error of 100 meters or less?
That was the number I chose kind of at the beginning of this case, just to ensure that anytime we had locates, the precision would be based on a objective number versus just kind of picking what margin of error I wanted for a specific day.
In slide 61, can you tell the jury what they're looking at?
So here you're looking at Verizon text message content associated with the phone number 208-690-9374, which you can see in the actual return there as the originating MDN or mobile device number. And then you can see the same thing in the second message here. So what these are returns from Verizon that are showing text message content or a text message that was sent associated with that account. The first one at 11:57 listed here. Again, they're listed in East Coast time, so I had to subtract 2 hours. So the adjusted time is at the top. You'll see 9:57 and 51 seconds. That's associated with the top message that reads, "Gonna stop by the store right now to get that other number working. Hopefully won't take long."
And Agent, you mentioned the number that these two text messages were sent from. What was that number again?
So that number is 208-690-9374.
And who is that number associated with?
Chad Daybell.
Okay. And if you can explain what you see in that second white box.
So the second, same thing. It's a text message that originated from the number ending 9374 associated with Chad Daybell. And the content reads, "I will call right now from a 401 number."
And do those boxes include who's receiving those messages?
They do. So if you look below, you'll see the terminating MDN. And so both of these messages went to 808-755-5452.
And are you familiar with who that number is associated with?
I am.
Who is that?
That's associated with Lori Vallow.
Okay. And so what we have is a message saying he will be calling from a 401 number, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Can you explain to the jury what they're seeing on slide 62?
So this is going back to looking at how I would map interactions with a cellular network. And just to refresh, since it's the first one in a couple weeks, you can see my legend at the bottom left will show the telephone number and who it was associated with. And then the mapping to the right will show in the blue, the specific number ending in 8260 associated with Chad Daybell. And then the 9374 number also associated with Chad Daybell, just in the green. And then you see the call boxes that are pointed to the specific tower and sector that was being used for that interaction and the information associated with it. So for the 8260 number, you see an interaction at 10:27, which was an outbound call to 808-755-5452, which is associated with Lori Vallow. And then you also see the other phone ending 9374 associated with Chad Daybell receiving an incoming call from a number that I don't recognize.
So I'm gonna go back one slide. Well, actually, I'm gonna call your attention again to this, to the blue box in the middle of the screen. It's an outgoing call with the 401 number, correct?
Yes, sir, correct.
And just again, if you could just briefly summarize what it says here on the on this second box.
Sure. So it's an outbound text at 10:26 and 35 seconds that reads, "I will call right now," from a 401 number.
And what time did that message go out?
That was at 10:26 and 35 seconds.
And then this phone call, what time did that go out
That went out at 10:27 and 14 seconds.
from a 401 number?
Yes, sir, correct.
If you can explain what the jury's seeing on slide 63.
So this is looking at drive test data associated with the two towers and sectors that were utilized on the previous page. So the blue is going to be associated with the AT&T, and then red would be associated with the Verizon tower.
And is this related to the last slide we just looked at?
It is. So at that time, you can see the WR icon, which is Wireless Revolution LLC, which if you go back to the receipt from October the 8th, that's the location of that store.
Before we move on, Agent, we spoke last time about some types of records that Verizon does not keep. Are there specific records they do not keep in regards to text messages?
Yes, during the time period that these reports were generated, Verizon did not include the cell site and sector associated with text messages. So basically what that means is if a Verizon customer sends a text message, you're not able to see what tower and sector is used in Verizon's call detail records.
Thank you. And then slide 64, what are we seeing here?
So this is showing the other side of the calls that were shown previously. And it's showing the location of the 4652 phone as well as the 5452 phone, both attributed to Lori Vallow. And they're using towers and sectors consistent with being down just outside of Phoenix, southeast of Chandler, Arizona.
And are these related to the 401 phone call that we saw on the other slide?
Yes, sir, correct.
In slide 65, what are we seeing here?
So this is just showing on the same date additional use of the number ending 8260 and the number ending 9374 associated with Chad Daybell.
And on slide 66, what are we seeing?
The same as previously, just additional use. This is between 1:11 p.m. and 2:22 p.m. of the 9374 phone and the 8260 phone, both associated with Chad Daybell.
Right. And in this box that I'm moving the mouse over, can you go down through and tell the jury what's going on in there? What devices are communicating with which device?
Sure. So if you're looking at the top box, again, under the white, it's not very clear, but the first is an incoming call that was received at 1:11 from the 4652 phone associated with Lori Vallow. So Lori Vallow is calling into the 8260 phone associated with Chad Daybell. And that call is 513 seconds, which is about a little less than 10 minutes. And then you see text messages being exchanged between the 8260 phone associated with Chad Daybell, and the 4205 number associated with Alex Cox.
And again, what is the date that these exchanges were taking place?
That's October the 9th between 1:11 PM and 2:22 PM.
And Agent, I know it's hard to see on the big screen, but if you can look on your monitor, this label here, what is that?
So that's going to be the Rexburg, Idaho Temple.
And so is that location consistent with these the call records and cellular data for the ingoing and outgoing for that 401 number?
Based on just looking at this page, I would say yes, but I also did the drive testing as well. So that would be a more clear indicator versus an estimate.
Okay. And the red box, what is that detailing?
So that's associated with a Verizon tower, and that's 3 calls made by the 9374 phone associated with Chad Daybell.
And if you can explain to the jury what they're seeing on slide 67.
Sure. So this is just looking at the 2 AT&T towers and sectors that were highlighted on the previous page, and then what the coverage looks like from a zoomed out perspective.
And if you can just use the pointer to show the jury where you're referring to.
Sure. So these 2 towers and sectors here, and then the coverage areas in green and in red. So as you can see, the green does actually go up north of Chad Daybell's residence, and then the red goes out west, kind of on the outskirts of Rexburg.
And is this the same thing but zoomed in?
It is.
If you can just describe that a little bit with the jury, what you can tell from that data.
It's just easier to see because now you can look at actual locations in Rexburg and whether or not coverage was in that area. And you can also see the overlapping coverage that's going to be that darker green color, which would indicate that both of those towers and sectors would provide coverage to those locations. And going back to the previous question, the Rexburg, Idaho Temple is in an overlapping coverage area right there.
And what is the jury seeing on slide 69?
So the previous slides were looking at AT&T coverage. This is looking at Verizon coverage. Only 1 tower and sector was used during the time frame previously. So this is just showing what the Verizon coverage looks like for that tower and sector.
And is that relatively in the same area?
Yes, it is. That tower's just southeast of Rexburg.
And on slide 70?
Just another zoomed in view to where you can see actual locations within Rexburg that tower and sector would provide coverage to.
On slide 7, and again, if you can tell us the date of the information on this slide and then describe what the jury's seeing on slide 71.
Sure. So we're looking at October 9th of 2019 between 12 o'clock and 29 seconds and 1:23 p.m.
And what is the data that's being displayed?
So this is all the Google location history during that time. And so I show 18 Google locations reported via Wi-Fi for Alex Cox's Google account. And they are all consistent with being at Lori Vallow's residence during that time.
And just, Agent, is there a reason you looked at the geolocation and cellular data for October 9th of 2019?
I was asked to look at that due to an attempted assault on Tammy Daybell that occurred that day.
And if you can explain for the jury what they're seeing on slide 72.
So here we're looking at October 9th at 1:05 p.m. And this is from the Homer J. Maximus Gmail account. Google also, if you opt in to have your search history maintained, then that would be stored associated with the account. So this is one of the search items that was made from Alex Cox's Google account, one of the searches that was made.
And why was that search significant to you?
So it was a search for Auburn, Alabama zip code. And so the phone number mentioned previously that was associated with Alex Cox from the track phone that was purchased at Walmart, it had a Auburn, Alabama area code.
And what do we see on slide 73?
So again, this is looking at Google location history associated with Alex Cox's Google account, showing that the device moved between 123 and 0 seconds to 123 and 32 seconds, consistent with going from Lori Vallow's apartment to Alex Cox's apartment.
And slide 74.
Showing from 1:23 p.m. to 2:37 p.m. Google location history associated with Alex Cox's account, consistent with being at Alex Cox's residence.
And to clarify for the jury, and you may have already said this, but the Homer J. Maximus at Gmail information you obtained, was that on multiple devices?
No, so the location history was only turned on one device, and that was the number ending 9120.
And so is that a different number than the number we just spoke about that had the Auburn, Alabama area code?
Yes, sir, it is.
And slide 75.
Showing on October the 9th between 2:37 and 2:40, Google location history from Alex Cox's account, consistent with movement to the northwest away from Alex Cox's apartment.
And slide 76.
Showing from 2:42 p.m. to approximately 3:14 p.m. Google location history associated with Alex Cox's account, consistent with traveling from Rexburg down towards Idaho Falls.
And if you can point out the different areas that are on your legend.
Sure. So up top, you can see different addresses of interest that were up in Rexburg. And then you can see GPS and Wi-Fi consistent with travel down to Idaho Falls. And this SW, which is the Sportsman's Warehouse in Idaho Falls.
What do we see on slide 77?
So this again is Google location history associated with Alex Cox's account on October the 9th between 3:42 and approximately 4:12 p.m. consistent with being in the area of the Sportsman's Warehouse.
I mean, what city was that Sportsman's Warehouse in?
That was down in Idaho Falls.
And what do we see on slide 78?
So again, this is showing on October the 9th from approximately 4:47 to 5:56 p.m. Google location history associated with Alex Cox's account. The first at 4:47 is showing around Highway 20. I think that's 1900. I forget the name of the road, this north-south there. But consistent with traveling from that intersection up towards the area of Chad Daybell's residence. And then also consistent with going east from Chad Daybell's residence back over towards Highway 20.
And so, and just to be clear, is it the timeline? Can you just point at the different boxes, the different times?
Sure. So we have at 4:47 p.m., the first location that I spoke about. Continuing northbound, 4:49 p.m. up in the area of Chad Daybell's residence at 4:51. And then these two over here by Highway 20 are at 4:55 and 4:56.
And again, does this cover all the data or only within a specific margin of error?
So again, this goes back to my number where I only used locates that were 100 meters or less margin of error.
And then on slide 79, what do we see?
So this is looking at the time window of October the 9th from approximately 4:57 PM to 5:03 PM. Google location history associated with Alex Cox, the first being at 4:57 in the area of Highway 20. And then consistent with going westbound, and then another one that is south of that at 5:03 PM.
And the location at 503, there's an SC right above that. What does the SC stand for?
That represents Salem Church.
And from your knowledge, is the Salem Church on the same road that Chad Daybell's residence is?
Yes, sir, it is.
Do you know approximately the distance between the two locations?
Approximately 2.5 miles.
And what do we see on slide 80?
So this is looking at Google location history associated with Alex Cox. October the 9th from approximately 5:16 PM till approximately 11:53 PM the same day.
And so does that device appears to be stationary?
Yeah, that's the device associated with the number ending 9120, consistent with being in the area of Alex Cox's apartment.
Until 11:53 at night.
Yes, correct.
Can you tell us what we see on slide 81?
So this is looking at cellular interactions between the 8260 number associated with Chad Daybell and the AT&T network, utilizing two different towers and sectors that both provide coverage to the Daybell residents. And then looking at starting at approximately 5:28, text messages that are exchanged between the 8260 number associated with Chad Daybell and the 4652 phone number associated with Lori Vallow, as well as text messages exchanged with the number ending 4205 associated with Alex Cox.
And that 4205, that is the number with an Auburn area code, correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct. That's the 334 number.
And when was that line activated?
That was purchased on October the 8th, and I can't remember when the first phone call actually was made with that line.
But just the day before.
Correct.
And this 401-569-8260 number, when was that? When did activity begin on that number?
The activity for data exchanges on the network began on October the 8th, but the first text message was on October the 9th.
So both the 8260 number associated with Mr. Daybell and this number with the Auburn area code associated with Mr. Cox, they were both activated within this same time frame of between the 8th and 9th of October 2019.
That's correct.
Okay. If you can go to this box and describe the activity that's going on there between the numbers that are shown.
Those are 4 outbound texts sent from the 8260 number associated with Chad Daybell to the 4205 number associated with Alex Cox. 7:13, 2 at 7:13, 1 at 8:35, and then 1 at 8:43.
Okay. And I know it's a little tedious, but if you could do the same thing on this second box, the numbers that are being texted to and the times.
Sure. I'm not going to be able to point and read, but I'll go through them. So the first at 5:28 is an outbound SMS. 8260 associated with Chad Daybell sends a message to 4652 associated with Lori Vallow. And then there is back and forth, both with 4652 at 5:52 and again at 6:03. And then there are 4 text messages exchanged between 8260 associated with Chad Daybell and 4205 associated with Alex Cox, starting at 7:30 and continuing through 8:38. Then there's another text message sent from the 8260 associated with Chad Daybell to the 4652 associated with Lori Vallow at 9:30. And then there are two more text messages between the 4205 associated with Alex Cox. And then one more text message sent to the 4652 associated with Lori Vallow.
That's on October 9th, correct?
Correct.
I speak with you about October 18th. Are you aware through your investigation, well, did you look at information regarding October 18th in your investigation?
I did.
Why was that?
I had received information from the investigative team that Tammy Daybell was found deceased sometime between the late hours of October 18th and early morning hours of October the 19th.
What do we see on slide 83?
So this is showing the use of the 8260 phone associated with Chad Daybell on October the 18th between 10:40 and 11:22 a.m. The first use is at approximately 10:40, which would be of a tower that would provide coverage to the Daybell residence, sending an outgoing SMS to the 4205 number associated with Alex Cox. And then use of a tower down in Rexburg at 11:21. An outbound call to Lori Vallow's number ending in 4652.
What do we see on slide 84?
So the usage of two phones, both associated with Chad Daybell, the 8260, as well as the 9374 on October the 18th between 11:21 a.m. and 12:11 p.m., consistent with both phones being down in the area of Rexburg.
And do you recognize the number on the red box that the outgoing call goes to?
I do not.
What do we see on slide 85?
This is Google location history associated with Alex Cox on October the 18th between approximately 11:02 and 12:20, consistent with that device being at Lori Vallow's apartment.
And that's from the Homer J. Maximus geolocation data, correct?
That's correct.
And slide 86.
So this is showing the use of the 8260 phone associated with Chad Daybell, utilizing a tower and sector that provide coverage to the Daybell residence. And there are two outbound texts, one incoming text. All of those are exchanged with the Lori Vallow phone ending 4652.
And on slide 87, what do we see?
So the same thing, the 8260 phone's interaction with the AT&T network, utilizing two different towers and sectors that provide overlapping coverage to the Daybell residence on October the 18th between 1:36 p.m. and 8:54 p.m. And so these are all, there's one voice call and the rest are text messages. And the two numbers that those exchanges are occurring with are the 4652 Lori Vallow phone and then the 4205 Alex Cox phone.
And in this second box, it looks like there's one with that Alex Cox phone. What time was that at?
So I see an 8:44 an outbound text to the 4205 Alex Cox phone.
If you can tell us what we see in slide 88.
So again, this is going to show interactions between the 8260 phone and the AT&T network, the 8260 phone being associated with Chad Daybell, utilizing two different towers and sectors that both provide coverage to the Daybell residence. And these are going to be all text messages back and forth with the 4205 number associated with Alex Cox.
And I understand it's a bit tedious. In this first box, can you read the times of those messages?
Sure. So we have 9:35 and incoming from the 4205 associated with Alex Cox. Is it okay if it's all right with the court? I'll just say whether it's an incoming or outgoing since they're all associated with the 4205.
There's no objection. That's fine with me.
It's fine.
Okay, so you have at 9:35 an incoming, at 10:12 an outgoing, another one at 10:12 that is an incoming, a 10:23 that is an outgoing, and then it's going to switch over to the other box, but I'll just read the one on the left instead of jumping back and forth.
Okay.
10:40 incoming, 10:53 incoming, 10:54 outgoing, and then switching to the other tower and sector, 10:28 incoming, 10:32 outgoing, 10:33 incoming, 10:39 an outgoing, 10:53 an outgoing, another incoming at 10:53, and then an outgoing and an incoming both at 10:54. 4. Yes, ma'am.
And all these messages, these are those numbers we spoke about earlier, correct? That were activated between the 8th and the 9th.
Yes, specifically to this page.
Yeah.
They are.
And all these messages were between 9:35 PM and 10:55 PM.
Correct.
And just to be clear, on October 18th of 2019.
Yes, sir. That's correct.
Can you tell us what we see on slide 89?
This is looking at Google location history associated with Alex Cox between 10:05 and 10:07. Consistent with movement from Rexburg up towards the area of the Salem Church. So the first GPS location reporting to Google is going to be at 10:05 down in the area of Highway 20 and Salem Road. And then the second is at 10:07 in the area of the Salem Church.
And that's the Homer J. Maximus associated with Alex Cox.
Yes, sir. Correct.
And so at the Salem Church, the time that hit is at 10:07 PM.
Yes, sir. Correct.
And what do we see in slide 90?
So this is zoomed in a little bit more on the Salem Church, and it's showing Google location history associated with Alex Cox between approximately on October the 18th, between approximately 10:07 and 10:45 PM. And so there's 12 locations that are reported via Wi-Fi and one that's reported via GPS. And again, the 10:07, which was mentioned on the previous page, reported via GPS there. And then the other Wi-Fi locations are reported around the Salem Church.
And can you tell us what we see on slide 91?
Sure. This is looking at interactions between the 8260 phone associated with Chad Daybell and the AT&T network, utilizing a tower and sector that provides coverage to the residents, the Chad Daybell residents, excuse me. And there are 3 outbound text messages that are sent to the 4652 phone associated with Lori Vallow.
And what do we see on slide 92?
So this is associated with the 9120 phone attributed to Alex Cox, an interaction with the Verizon network, making an outbound call to the 4652 phone associated with Lori Vallow, utilizing a tower and sector that would provide coverage kind of southwest Rexburg. And that call is approximately, it's 977 seconds. So approximately 16 minutes and 17 seconds, if I did my math right.
So that's a call from a number associated with Alex Cox to a number associated with Lori Vallow.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
And this is down in the general Rexburg area. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And so just for timing, I'm going to go back 2 slides. what was the last known time that the Homer J. Maximus account was located at the Salem Church?
That was at approximately 10:45 and 26 seconds PM.
And this device on slide 92 that we were just talking about, that phone call to Lori Vallow, that device that the phone call was made from, the 9120, that's the device associated, that's the device that you obtained Homer J. Maximus information from, correct?
Yes, correct. So in order to see Google location history, the only device that was reporting Google locations was the device associated with 9120.
What do we see on slide 93?
So this is the other side of the call that was indicated in the previous page. So this is the 4652 phone receiving that call from the 9120 phone and utilizing a tower and sector consistent with being in Hawaii.
And slide 94.
So this is showing Google location history starting at 11:54, and that Google location history again is associated with Alex Cox's account. Starting October 18th, approximately 11:54, and continuing through October the 19th at approximately 12:09 a.m. Consistent with travel from Rexburg down towards Idaho Falls. So the location that you see here at 11:54 is consistent with being just south of Rexburg, and then the location at 12:09 in the morning the following day is consistent with being just north of Idaho Falls.
And an agent, based on the information you're aware of, what day was Tammy Daybell reported dead?
So that would have been sometime between the late hours of October 18th and the early morning hours of October the 19th.
Turn your attention to October 22, 2019. Are you aware of any event that took place that day?
Yeah, I believe the investigative team had informed me that that was the date of Tammy Daybell's funeral.
And what do we see on slide 96?
So this is showing use of the 8260 phone associated with Chad Daybell, as well as use of the 9374 phone, also associated with Chad Daybell on October the 22nd, 2019, between 1:46 p.m. and 4:17 p.m. Those are both on two separate networks. 8260 is associated with AT&T. 9374 is associated with Verizon. But all of the usage is consistent with being in and around the area just outside of Provo. I think it was Springville, if I remember correctly.
Okay. And in those blue boxes, the number, the 8260 number associated with Mr. Daybell, what number is he communicating with?
So those are all text messages, both inbound and a couple of outbound with the 4652 phone associated with Lori Vallow.
And on slide 97, what is the jury saying?
So this is just a repeat of a lot of the information that was on the previous page, zoomed in to show that both the AT&T network, which is indicated in blue, and then the green, which is the Verizon network, are both providing coverage in and around the area of the Evergreen Cemetery, as well as the Holiday Inn.
And the 401 or the 8260 number associated with Mr. Daybell, who was that communicating with?
Again, it's a repeat from the previous, and it's showing communication with the 4652 phone associated with Lori Vallow.
Agent, were you asked with looking at any other cellular data information in this case?
I was.
And what was that?
I was asked to look at the usage of Tylee Ryan's phone and any time that it was used in a similar area that the Lori Vallow phone was used.
And did you find times when that occurred?
I did. I found several instances.
What do we see in slide 99?
So this is showing use of the 4652 phone associated with Lori Vallow and the 9612 phone associated with Tylee Ryan, using towers consistent with being out in northeast Kansas.
And just for clarity's sake, through your investigation, are you aware of the last known sighting of Tylee Ryan?
I was.
And when was that?
That was in September of 2019.
In slide 100, what are we saying?
So this is looking at October the 16th. This is usage in Rexburg of both the 4652 phone associated with Lori Vallow and the 9612 phone associated with Tylee Ryan between 12:26 and 12:35 p.m.
And so is the purpose of this slide just to show that Tylee Ryan's phone is still getting used?
Yes, correct.
And again, slide 101.
This is showing just usage of Tylee Ryan's phone on October the 24th at approximately 6:29 in the morning on the outskirts of Phoenix, Arizona.
And 102, what are we seeing there?
This is showing 2 separate days. So it's showing the 4652 phone associated with Lori Vallow being utilized on November the 5th, 2019, using a tower and sector consistent with being in Hawaii. And then use of the 9612 phone associated with Tylee Ryan on November the 4th at approximately 10:15, utilizing a tower and sector that would provide coverage out in Hawaii.
And again, is the purpose of this just to show that Tylee Ryan's phone was in the same general location as
Judge,
Lori
I don't
Vallow's?
object at this point. It's testifying, counsel's testifying.
Sustained.
What was the purpose of this slide?
This was basically just to show if Lori Vallow's phone and Tylee Ryan's phone were consistently together after she was believed to be deceased.
And on slide 103.
This is again use of the 9612 phone associated with Tylee Ryan on December the 15th at approximately 12:25 p.m. and using a tower and sector out in Hawaii.
And we actually, slide 104, we briefly went over this on the last day you testified, other than the last date, which was October 15th. Can you tell us about what you found on October 15th?
So again, this was just looking at any times that the Google account associated with Alex Cox had location information consistent with being in the area of the Chad Daybell residence. And so this was showing that on October the 15th between 1:41 and 1:52, 6 locations reported via Wi-Fi consistent with being in the area of the Chad Daybell residence.
And again, did you limit what margin of error did you limit those searches to?
Those were still based on 100 meters or less of margin error.
And Your Honor, at this time, I have no further questions.
All right, thank you, Mr. Wood. Once you're ready, Mr. Pryor,
No
cross-examination.
questions, Judge.
All right. That will conclude the testimony then of Agent Balance. Is he going to be recalled potentially again?
Your Honor, we'd keep him under subpoena, potential rebuttal, but we don't plan on calling him again.
Okay, well, you are still subject to the exclusionary order then, Agent Balance, since you are potentially going to be recalled or under subpoena still. So for that reason, I'll advise you not to observe any future testimony of this trial because it is being live streamed and available to the public.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you for coming in to testify today.
Thank you, sir.
Your Honor, if we could just have a brief sidebar.
Yes. All right, at this time, let's inquire from the state. I understand that some of your witnesses may have gone a little more quickly than you were anticipating today. Where do we stand in terms of your next witness you'd like to call?
Thank you, Your Honor. The state would just note at this time, we normally take a break during the day, and rather than do that, we would just propose that we end early today and pick back up in the morning.
Okay, and you'll have a witness ready to go at 8:30?
Yes, we will.
And can you tell us who that, well, tell me after the fact if you'd like.
That's okay. It'll be Dr. Marsden.
Okay, thank you, just for our preparation. All right, we will go ahead, and given the nature of scheduling today with your witnesses, we are going to conclude for today. So, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, thank you for your attendance today. Thank you, those in attendance, for obeying the court's conduct order. Please follow the court's admonishing instruction to not research the case in any way, avoid any immediate exposure to it that you can, and don't discuss the case, the facts of the case amongst yourselves or with anyone else. We'll return for additional evidence tomorrow morning, and that will conclude evidence for today.
All rise, please.